Welcome to another riveting story time from my compendium of social ineptitude. Today's story takes place during high school when I thought breakdancing was the dopest shit. I used to think breakdancers were society's alpha males that couldn't walk 5 steps in public without falling penis first into a consenting vagina. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to learn to be a b-boy, an ultimate breakdancing Chad to impress girls. Keep in mind, this was about a decade ago, so there was movies coming out that focused on breakdancing and how cool it was. The one that had the biggest impact on me was called You Got Served. That movie was like my eye of the tiger. I would throw that shit on religiously to get myself pumped up and motivated, start pumping testosterone into my dick like, yeah, alright, I'll start serving people soon, I can do this. So I'd watch a shitload of shitty Expert Village tutorials on breakdancing till I got to a point where I was like, I'm confident, I can do this in front of people now and it'll be really cool. Spoiler alert, I was never actually good at it and it was never cool, but that didn't stop me. Every single school dance function from probably freshman year of high school to senior year of high school, I would be that fucking sociopath on the dance floor during the first song, busting it wide open. You know, like at all the dances like homecoming and shit, the first song nobody's on the dance floor because it's not cool? Well, I'd fucking cherish that moment. I would charge that dance floor like a football team storming the stadium field. I was all about that first song life. And this was during the time where The Jerk was popular. Well, not really, it was kind of on its way out anyway, but I was still trying to hold on to that glory of The Jerk. So I had this little routine that I would do at every dance function, every single fucking one of them. And unfortunately, I still remember kind of the beginning of it, so I'm going to give you a little sneak preview of what it looked like. Breakdancing. I know, ladies, just leave your sodden panties in the dirty clothes and wash them later. What you just saw right there, what you just bore witness to, was a body wave into a 6-step combination, a little groundwork that I tossed in there for flair, then the jerk tacked on at the end. A combination move only fit for the most elite b-boy gods out there. Now, at the time, this was 10 years ago, I was far more limber, so I could go from the kneeling position to the standing position without fucking blowing up my meniscus. Now is a different story. I can't exactly do it as well as I did back then, but in a nutshell, that's kind of what it looked like back then too, honestly. And let me tell you, it wasn't cool. I don't think that routine I came up with will ever be cool. If I'm wrong, please, some b-boys out there, make it better and send it to me. I'd love to see how that could possibly be improved, because in my eyes, that's as good as breakdancing gets. And they didn't appreciate it. So my high school just didn't really have a taste for the finer breakdancing things, because no girls ever thought that was cool, surprisingly. And let's fast forward. So I do that at all the dances. It never really got me anywhere or anything, and I never changed the routine. That was about the extent of it. That was my breakdancing prowess on full display. That was me sailing at full mast, full erection, red alert, and nobody gave a shit. It wasn't cool to them, and it clearly just objectively is not a very good routine. But let's fast forward to senior year. I'm still doing that routine, and I finally worked up the courage to ask a girl for her number, and she humored me by actually giving it to me. She was clearly not interested, but that didn't stop good old b-boy Charlie from trying. So in order to try and get her genuinely interested in at least like kissing me on the cheek or asking me to tie her shoes or something romantic like that, I would send her videos of me doing routines like that. But I didn't have any friends to videotape that because no one was that close to me. In fact, I don't think any of my friends would do that now because it's just embarrassing. So what I would do is I would have my dad take videos of me doing breakdancing like you just saw, except by senior year I was a little bit better. So I was able to do like kind of head spins. I couldn't do like a head spin without supporting myself with my hands. So I could kind of just like walk my head around very slowly. And I would have my dad videotape that. It'd be like a 2-minute video of me just walking my head around slowly like that on the floor. And I would send her that. And she was such a fucking sweetheart. She would send me things like, "That's so cool," or "rad." Just, man, it was pathetic. Genuinely pathetic. So I'd continue to do this. And then she stopped replying. That's how that story ends. So, in a nutshell, I still think, power moves and breakdancing are cool as shit. I can't do them. My body just wasn't made for that type of activity. But I respect the men who can, and I still think that's cool. But the lesson here is, If you're not good at breakdancing, don't try. Don't use it to impress people. Definitely don't do it at parties or at bars or at school dance functions or anything. Just keep it to yourself. And definitely don't have your father videotape them, because that's equally as embarrassing. And trust me, I wasn't shy about telling her who videotaped that. I said, look at what my dad just filmed me doing, like it was some type of candid photo shoot or shot. So, the lesson here, just, don't be a fucking idiot, I guess. There's really no lesson here. I don't think there's a lot of people out there that are trying to breakdance to impress girls in 2018. Now it's all about your Fortnite wins. But even if there is still that splinter cell of dudes out there that are blood, sweat, and tears pouring cum into the breakdance art, make sure you're really good at it before you show anyone that shit. Trust me. It'll save you a lot of embarrassment. See ya. During one of my streams a while ago, someone asked me if I could get Riley Reid to come on the podcast, to talk about wieners, vaginas, pussies, and RuneScape, just the normal type of porn talk on the podcast. And I responded saying I don't think Riley Reid would ever want to do that because she doesn't like me, personally. And that led to me telling the story of the beef between Riley Reid and myself. Beef being the wrong word, but for lack of a better term, the bad blood between us. Although this was a while ago, so I'm sure she probably doesn't remember or just doesn't care anymore. But now, ever since I told that story on a stream, people are constantly asking me during streams to tell the story again. And it's kind of cute, kind of like, a kid asking their grandfather who fought in Vietnam to tell him war stories that they've heard a million times from him, except in my case, the only war I fought was on the shores of Riley Reid's butthole. So I figured I'd make a video dedicated to telling the story. So it all started when I made a video about Riley Reid's abominable rap, which remains today one of the worst raps I've ever heard. Now there's definitely a lot worse raps on YouTube from small channels with like 30 views, maybe from like Old Pop Hickey Yokel's barnyard rap ballad about cunnilingus on his animals and making love to his sister, or maybe a chemistry professor's educational rap that's just fucking horrible. But those aren't fully produced raps. Those are all very amateur attempts at it, so I don't really count those as actual raps. Riley Reid had a team behind her and fully produced, so it was a genuine attempt at it, and it was fucking horrible. The worst I'd heard in that department. So I stand by that. I stand by that analysis. On the moist meter, that'd be a 5%. Now, when I published the video, I was made aware she wasn't too happy with my critique of her song here. And I can understand why, because it's clear she put a lot of heart and soul in that. There was inspired lyrics in there, such as, spit stringing from my mouth, let you fuck my face, good nutritious nut. And who could forget when she really takes it home with, jerk it out, jerk it out, jerk it out, beat it out, beat it out, beat it out, jerk it out, jerk it out, beat it out, jerk it out. So I can understand when I insulted her magnum opus of music, that she wasn't too happy with that. And that's when it really started, when I made that video. So she didn't like that I made that, she didn't like me, and then about 2 or 3 months after that, I went on her Twitter page, just browsing and perusing, learning more than anything. Well, honestly, I was just looking for titties, for lack of a better cover story. I went through a lot of different porn stars' pages just to see what productions they were taking part in, really. But while on Riley Reid's, I noticed she had retweeted some fan art. And let me tell you what, that fan art, bingo, bango, bongo, that's the epitome of fan art right there. What it was a crayon drawing of Riley Reid spreading her ass cheeks apart and just having her brown balloon nut winking at the camera. It was fucking beautiful. And I saw this, and I made a tweet about it. It was a very vague tweet. I didn't say what porn star. All I said was, haha, I just saw, porn star's fan art with her gaping asshole in crayon. It was great. And then I guess people found it and told the artist that I said that. And then the artist called me an asshole, and then Riley Reid retweeted that saying I'm an asshole, so then they were just double teaming me. And, it all stemmed because, come on, it's a crayon drawing of a porn star's asshole. How's that not entertaining? I don't want to show the fan art, but instead I took it upon myself to try and doodle it myself. I did 2 attempts here, neither one of them really capture it. This was my first attempt. It doesn't really convey what it looked like. This looks more like a God of War enemy. So then I tried again. And this one just kind of looks like a Wallace and Gromit character doing some naughty shit. This isn't what the fan art looked like. It definitely looked a lot better than this. And I went on the artist's page, and she's talented. But this particular piece, I had a giggle about. Come on. You got a porn star spreading her fucking chocolate starfish, and you're doing it in crayon? That's great. That's gonna put a smile on anyone's face. And to be totally honest, as far as crayon drawings of porn stars spreading their fudge cutters go, This is probably the best it can ever get. It was really well done. I could see where the asshole was. I could see the butthole clearly. There was even some labia draping down like some beef curtains. And the pose was really well conveyed. Like you could see the stretching of the ass cheeks, pulling it apart and seeing what's between them. It was really well done. It had a side by side so you could see what the pose was not in crayon and then in crayon. Really well translated. But I honestly don't know why they both got so offended about me making it a joke. I thought the piece was done lightheartedly as just kind of like, hey, look at this little doodle I did. You remember when you did that photo shoot where you spread your butthole wide? Well, here it is in crayon. Oh, that's cool. Retweet. I didn't know it was going to be a hill you want to die on defending it as some type of artistic masterpiece or anything. Like if someone out there wanted to make a fan art of me with my legs over my head and soft dick slapping me in the face and they did it out of Sharpie or Legos or pipe cleaner or something, I'd be like, haha, that's entertaining, that's cool. And then if people start turning into a joke, you know, I don't think they turn to me and be like, defend this. I'd be like, well, at the end of the day, that's my soft cock slapping me in my face out of some goofy material, you know what I mean? That's probably worth making a joke out of. But, you know, anyway, that's why Riley Reid doesn't like me and probably will never come on the podcast. If I'm wrong, Riley, and you do want to come on the podcast, just go ahead and reach out to me on Twitter. But yep, there's the story, and that's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. This week I've been flooded with an unusual volume of emails pertaining to something I talked about in the past, and usually my emails consist of websites like Habbo Hotel telling me that my son has signed up for an account. I don't have a son. Daily Betty Crocker updates because some sick fuck out there signed me up for a Betty Crocker newsletter. But god damn it if some of those aren't some surprising meals from Betty Crocker, I'll give her that much. So I was a bit shocked this week when I looked past all of the strange newsletters and questions like if my ass was a dog, what would its name be and what breed, to see that I was getting questions about something I talked about in minimal detail a while back. So I figured I'd dive a bit deeper into this tale to give closure to those people that are asking for it. So it would have been about 2 years ago now, maybe a little more than 2 years ago. The story begins as all good tales do. The previous night I was out drinking heavily, and I woke up the next morning with a pretty bad hangover. And as one does when they're faced with a rough hangover and regret from spotty memories from the previous night where you're claiming you're Alexei Vanderwolf, famed bear wrestler from Russia, you get out of bed and you start masturbating to help get over the hangover. I don't understand why it works, but it does. It helps get over the hangover. So I began cleaning the clarinet and I was really in the zone. I threw on my favorite lesbian porn film. It's a threesome called Ménage à Trois. It's on Pornhub if any of you would like to watch it. I believe it's probably the best hangover cure out there right now. And I was really just enjoying it, and I wasn't even considering it a masturbatory task. It was just me, this beautiful video I was watching, and my cock in my hand. Also, as a side note, I like to watch the porn on my phone because you can double tap and zoom in so you can kind of be your own cameraman, and I like that aspect because sometimes the camera angles aren't great, so I like the double tap feature. It's not really pertinent to the story at all, but I just thought it's worth throwing in there. And as by the time the video started winding down, and it's a 30+ minute video, and this was an entire 30 minutes of me going at it pretty hard, I was beating my dick like it owed me money, and eventually my dick deployed its cream, and my mission was complete. I ejaculated, in other words, or if I want to be more hip with lingo, I made cum. So I paused the video, and I closed my eyes and thanked Jesus for what I had just watched on my screen, and then I turned off my phone, and I went to clean up my cock, and my neck was stiff because I was holding it at eye level, and I guess I just hadn't moved very much. I was like a fucking statue just looking at this thing. You probably could have mistaken me for a wax figure, except for the rapid hand movement on my penis, and I very slowly looked down to begin the cleanup process, and I noticed my dick was extremely red, and it was also beginning to swell because my dick did not have this type of girth. It looked like my dick had been replaced with a head of cauliflower. The skin surrounding the pecker had it inflated so much so it was like someone was trying to make a fucking balloon animal out of it. I immediately was able to recognize that something had gone awry in this masturbatory process. I decided I didn't want to go get it seen right away because that's kind of an embarrassing thing to tell a doctor. Hey, look, I beat my meat so hard that now it looks like I've hurt myself. What do I do? So I decided to wait it out. I gave it like an hour to see if the swelling or the redness would go down, but it just continued to get worse. By the time I did go get it checked out, it looked like a fucking bowling ball down there. That's not really a good comparison though, because it wasn't like a fucking bowling ball. It didn't turn into a giant ball or anything. It still had like a penis shape, but since it was flaccid, there was more girth than length to it, and it was super swollen. It looked like you could have sucked helium out of it. But anyway, I went to a walk-in clinic because I wanted to get seen right away. And if any of you have been following me for a long time, you know that I'm very much a hypochondriac. That's not an exaggeration. I am genuinely a hypochondriac. So I was freaking out about this. I was worried they're gonna have to cut my dick off or something like that. Now, when I did get into the waiting room at the walk-in clinic and the nurse was asking me why I'm there and all this such, I wasn't embarrassed. I told them, because there's no reason to be embarrassed. It's important to have shit like that checked out. And the nurse left, and I was already 2 steps ahead of the doctor. I knew they were going to want to see my penis, so I already had my pants around my ankles, basically. I didn't know if I was going to be seen by a male or female, and it didn't matter to me. If it was a female, I definitely wasn't going to be embarrassed, maybe even a little bit proud, because it looked like I was packing heat down there. Albeit probably not the color or shape she'd be used to, because it was extremely red and inflamed, and it looked like a fucking UFO, or a soup dish turned over. Eventually the doctor comes in, he examines my wiener, and he immediately asks what happened, and I'm honest with him. I said, "Look, doc, I had a hangover and I gave my chicken a hard choking this morning to try and get over it." And he said, "Well, it definitely doesn't look good. It looks like it's been injured." I mean, it definitely did look like that. I didn't need a doctor to tell me that. It looked like it had been hit by a fucking sledgehammer. And he says if it continues to swell and it starts blocking urine, there'll have to be some surgery done on it, because that's very dangerous, obviously. So I start freaking out. I'm already kissing my dick goodbye. I'm debating just walking down the wall in the office there and giving myself a blowjob just for one last ooh-rah to send my cock off in style. But he gives me these pills to help with inflammation, and obviously I start taking the pills to try and help with this problem. It was supposed to be taken every 6 hours, and I swear to God, not one fucking millisecond went over 6 hours before I was popping that next one. I wanted to get this problem rectified, so that way I could continue to rectify this wood down here. And it did help. It took about 3 or 4 days, and the swelling started to gradually go down, and I was still able to pee, and yeah, it had a happy ending, luckily. But let this be a lesson to all masturbators out there. You know who you are, all 7 billion of you. Be careful when you're masturbating down there. It's a very sensitive area. If you're not paying attention, you might just fuck up your dick or vagina. I don't know if that's possible. Maybe if you just rub your clitoris too hard, you can injure it and it can swell up and look like a head of broccoli like my dick did. But yeah, there's the story. That's it. So yeah, what's up everybody? It's Critical. Over the last 4 or 5 years, there's a question that's constantly popped up that I keep forgetting to bring up in my yearly answering questions video, so I figured I might as well make a whole video about it today. A lot of you might not remember, but about 4 or 5 years ago, I was involved in a car accident, and then a lady faked an injury and sued me for it, and it was just a really shitty period for me. And I made a video after the whole lawsuit and everything was finished and done with, but I still get asked a lot to go into more detail about what happened, so I figured fuck it, why not? It's kind of an interesting story. So I was on my way home from my figure drawing art class, and I'm pretty shitty at art, and drawing nude models was just incredibly difficult. They'd strike the most bizarre poses like the Inquisitive Masturbator or the YMCA, and I'd do my best to doodle them, but it always came out looking like something out of a 3-year-old sketchbook. It basically just looked like you were looking at bacteria under a microscope. But regardless of my artistic ineptitude, it's irrelevant. So I was driving home from that class, and it's just an ordinary commute and bumping some boner jams, and then all of a sudden, the car in front of me slams on their brakes, and I had absolutely no time to react. So I rear-ended that car, and then that car rear-ended the car in front of them. Now, it wasn't a high-speed impact. At most, I was going 25, but I didn't have time to slam on my brakes because I was driving a little too close to them, so that was like a full 25 in the anus. And luckily, no one was hurt in the accident. But I turn off the boner jams and I go check on the passengers in both cars, and I swear I couldn't have gotten in an accident with 2 worse groups of people in those cars. The car that I rear-ended was driven by a nurse who was also the babysitter of the 2 kids in the car whom she was bringing to their families, and the kid in the front seat, the front passenger seat, had a fucking artificial sternum and set of ribs. So when she told me that, I just figured the kid wasn't gonna make it, even though I don't think he was injured. Maybe the airbag clipped him and just destroyed the poor guy. But he was fine. The kid in the back seat was on like an oxygen tank or something, or I don't know what he had back there. He had some type of Star Trek contraption that was keeping him afloat. So I just thought they were both gone for. The lady was totally fine. Turns out the kids were both fine, but I was fucking panicked once I heard all of this information and saw when I looked in the car. And then the car they rear-ended was driven by a mid-90s woman transporting her 74-year-old son to a doctor's appointment to check on the condition of his fucked up leg. And when I went up to this car to check if they were alright, I thought it was just driven by 2 statues. They didn't even react. They were confused as to why I was up there. I don't even think they knew they were in an accident until all the dust settled, and then they realized their car was kind of damaged. When I saw them, though, I thought it was game over. I thought there was no way they survived this. It looked like a rogue tumbleweed could take them out. Turns out they were totally fine and more so just annoyed that they were going to be late to the doctor's appointment. So luckily everyone was 100% fine. The only one who even sustained any type of injury was me, and it was from when I went to check on the car in front of me. It was covered in broken glass that I didn't see, and I just cut the shit out of my hand on it. So the police show up, the paramedics show up, they give everyone the okay, a clean bill of health. No one needs to go to the hospitals or anything, they can all just go home, everyone's fine. But unfortunately, the car that I rear-ended must have been made out of fucking tissue paper because that shit just crumbled. The entire rear end of that was just in shambles. My car had absolutely no damage to it, and that's not an exaggeration. There wasn't even a scratch on my car. I guess I just rear-ended a block of styrofoam. But anyway, so everyone's fine, everyone's safe. We all go our separate ways. And then about a week later, the woman driving the car with the 2 glass children issues a lawsuit. She's suing me and my family, stating that she suffered severe neck injuries as a result of the accident, which is just bullshit, and we tried to fight it, but there really wasn't much we could do, because she went to one of the most corrupt doctors in Tampa, who was well known for performing fake surgeries on ambulance chasers. So she goes to this bogus doctor, and over the course of a year, gets a bunch of injections of Dorito dust into her, and then gets her tits polished or something. Then after about a year, she got a settlement from my insurance company for a very mediocre sum of money, and I imagine at most she probably pocketed about $5,000, so I don't know if it was really worth her time and effort, but whatever. All power to you, you fucking asshole. So yeah, that's the whole story about what happened there. Luckily everyone was alright, even the girl who faked the injury. I'm glad she was safe, although she's a big old piece of shit. So yep, that's about it. See ya. What's up everybody, it's Critical. I just got back from the gym and I had a pretty interesting experience. This isn't your standard tale of seeing an old man schlong or just some old dude flopping his wiener around in the locker room. Those are a dime a dozen. This is a true tale of discomfort. So I went to my apartment's little gym. It's pretty shitty. It has like 2 treadmills and a slab of concrete that you're supposed to use for everything else. And I only go there because it's so close by. There's no reason not to. So I'm going to the Iron Temple trying to get my pump on to pray to the creatine gods, way men. It was just me and this one dude and his girlfriend. The dude looked like the offspring of the Naked Brothers band lead singer and Popeye. He was fucking massive but was somehow shorter than me, which is extremely rare. His face also looked like he had just gotten out of middle school, but I'm sure he was around my age, like 23, 24. And he was bumping some really shitty music from a small 1990s boombox. The audio quality was just abysmal. It sounded like it was being transmitted via ham radio while underwater. I could barely make out some of this shit, but I could recognize some of the songs. Already this man has checked one pet peeve of mine, which is just playing music for everyone to hear. Why not just put on headphones? But regardless, he's just letting these flaccid jams blare, and he's singing along too, and he's dancing. He doesn't even care that I'm there. I don't even think he's registered my presence, even though I'm right in front of him. So I'm immediately uncomfortable before I've even started any of my sets. And this man's just fucking animal. He's going straight barbarian mode. He was on a cable machine that the gym has, and he was just like fucking throwing it forward. It was like he was doing, it wasn't even an exercise I'd seen before. It was like he was throwing footballs with both of his hands, like working on his passing technique. His girlfriend was doing squats. All the while he's doing this tribal rain dance, he's singing the song that's playing. I don't know what song it was, but the chorus he was singing goes, "Fuck me to sleep." So he was just singing that, just letting it howl. I don't know why you would sing that chorus out loud. It's a pretty shitty chorus, and it's a pretty stupid thing to be singing out loud, but whatever. This man's, he's letting it go. He's doing his thing. I respect that. He's fucking feeling himself. And I'm just trying not to laugh, because it was just so goofy to me seeing this meatball of a man just saying, "Fuck me to sleep." I didn't want to laugh because I didn't want to feel his wrath. He would probably fuck me up. He'd break me in half, I bet. He was super huge, and he was pumping some big weight. I'm not going to sell the dude short. But this was just one of many weird things he engaged in my 30, 45 minutes in that gym today. He had a bunch of dumbbells thrown about everywhere that he was using for alternating bicep curl sets. He was also using the cable machine, the bench for bench pressing, the Smith machine, and then one other machine that I'm blanking on the name of. Literally every machine that the gym has, he was using. Fucking cartwheels on the treadmill, you name it, he was going to be using it. And whatever he wasn't using, his girlfriend was using. All I got was some 25-pound dumbbells I could shove up my asshole. So that kind of rubbed my cock the wrong way, but there's nothing I can do about it. I tried to work in with him. I asked if I could, and he just said no because his girlfriend was working in with him or something. That checks another one of my pet peeves, which is hogging everything even though you're not going to be using it at the time. But I wasn't going to fight him or anything. I'm not going to try and pick a fight with this human sloppy Joe. I'm just going to use my 25-pound dumbbells. Fuck it. I guess it's better than nothing. So I'm just doing my thing, you know, with my 25-pound dumbbells. And then this man goes and checks off another one of my pet peeves, which is flexing in the mirror and taking his shirt off. I absolutely hate when people do that at the gym where they start checking themselves out. This man's just fucking feeling his titties and flexing really hard in front of his girlfriend. And then once again, I was trying not to laugh at him because his girlfriend was about 8 or 9 inches taller than him, looking down and pretending to be impressed by it. I could tell she didn't really care and just wanted to finish her workout and be done for the day. But I started to get used to his singing and the hogging of all the weights and his bizarre exercises he was doing. I wouldn't have been surprised if they had picked up the boombox and started playing volleyball with it to train their triceps. I'm starting to wind down my workout, and I could tell they were starting to be towards the end of theirs as well. And then they did something I've never seen before. It's that kind of shit that you only see on YouTube from like fitness couples that do some wacky, crazy shit. They gave it their best attempt and it didn't work. So the girl went down into like a pretzel position and the guy was doing like a reverse praying dog yoga pose. And then the girl rolled on top of the guy and he assumed a planking position. And then she just started doing some push-ups on his back. And meanwhile, the dude's acting like an old fucking fitness DVD workout guy who's, you know, come on, keep at it. You can do better. I expect more from you. What? You milk babies with those titties? I don't believe it. Come on. And this girl's fucking sweating trying to do push-ups on his back and he's not happy with it. She was busting her ass for these push-ups, but he didn't think she was giving it her all. So then it was his turn to do this on her back. So she gets in a plank position and this man gets in his push-up position on her back. And he starts fucking jackhammering her with push-ups, just fucking nailing him out. And this girl's just like fucking wobbling all over the place. It was like a Street Fighter Turbo ultimate finishing move. This man was trying to drive his girlfriend into the Earth's core. He was like a bodybuilding plunger and his girlfriend was the clogged toilet. The shit was brutal. Just absolutely brutalizing his poor girlfriend with these push-ups. I have no doubt that there was some lumbar issues afterwards. It was truly fantastic. An experience I really can't do justice with words. It's one of those things that if you saw it, it would be something you'd never forget. And I will definitely never forget that. I was pretty much done working out. 25 pounds isn't enough to get in a decent workout in any capacity. I was really just kind of killing time to watch them. I was just kind of a spectator for their show they were putting on. And then they pretty much wrapped up after that. They did like 1 or 2 more sets that were really boring and then they just kind of left. So then I left shortly after. But it was a fantastic experience and it made me really appreciate my apartment complex's gym. I'm going to try and sync up my workout schedule with theirs now and hope that they go there at this time usually because I want to see some more of this shit. But yeah, that's it. So yeah.
Did I ever tell you about my first boner though? That's always a good origin story. It's like fucking X-Men Origins Wolverine. Like I have a whole story for my first boner.
How would you even remember your first boner?
Because it was a really special occasion. Like it was my first planned boner. Like I'd always got, you know, you get the random boners. You're like, oh, my pee-pee's a little hard. That's odd, you know, as a kid. It's not odd now. Like I know what's going on now. But back then you don't know. And I remember the very first time I started to correlate things, I was like, when I see boobies, my pee-pee gets a little firmer. So for the first time in my life, I went out of my way to look at boobies. And I remember when my wiener got hard, and it was a strange occasion. Because, like, I didn't know what to type in to find any of that. So I typed in the word fudge, and on, like, the 4th page of Google Images was a woman with an extremely hairy vagina. And it was enough to get me hard, and I was like, oh, fuck, what do I do now? What's the next step? So I tried to suck my own dick, but since I wasn't flexible, I compensated for, like, the lack of mouth on wiener action, like the distance between them. I compensated by pissing into my face. Or at least that was my plan. But the second I started to, like, force urine out of my wiener, I couldn't go through with letting it hit my face, so I just, like, dodged back. I was like, I'm not doing this. I can't. If this is what boners are, I don't like them. I just didn't know how to treat it. But yeah, I remember my first boner. I remember when once I started getting mastery of the boners and understanding how they worked, I still didn't jerk off because I didn't know that was what you were supposed to do in that situation. So I never really jerked off. But I used to do everything else. Like, I'd start slapping my boners because I thought that felt good. Even though it hurt, I was like, oh, this is probably normal. This is what you do. You just slap it around and let it know who's boss. So every time I would get, like, a boner, even in public, I would slap it around. It was so embarrassing. I used to do it under my desk at school and hope nobody heard or noticed. Ugh.
Like you were trying to kill a fly?
I don't know. I don't know what my thought process was, but... Like, I would get a boner and be like, oh, I gotta slap it around. And I'd just start giving it the business. And it wasn't until, like, I must have been like 14 when I first learned about jerking off. Like all
I
of the boners up till then were just in vain.
my two friends like two. I think it was two. Like there's more than one guy who told me that they first used this weird technique where you jack off with your boxers still on. You basically just rub your knuckles over your dick, and you keep rubbing back and forth like you're trying to play guitar, but with your knuckles against your dick. And because it would be over your boxers, it would feel good without bad friction. And but the obvious downside being that when you come, you do come into your boxers, and
Hmm.
then your mommy has to clean that up and be proud of you.
I don't know if she has to be proud of you. I think that's only in my family.
No, I mean, if you're a parent, I guess that would be like, I don't know, like a milestone, like if a real life achievements, like
Yeah,
my
baby's
kid's
first
first.
ejaculation. Yeah.
You're like, oh, that's cute. He doesn't know how to hide his cum yet. Oh, I bet he even left his porn tabs open. Honey, look at this. Our son came. He just left it out in the open.
Oh,
What
he's just like you, honey. He's watching the good old chicks with dicks.
adorable. Alright, so you touched your wiener in front of a whole basketball
Oh, I didn't
court.
just. You're selling me short there. Touching my wiener is doing me a justice I don't deserve. I was beating my wiener like it owed me money.
Mm, that's good. Do they also do that in America, where, or anywhere really? Because I've only heard about this in Turkey. I've seen it in Turkey, where the entire back row of a classroom in grade school will just be jacking off.
A friend of mine, well, not a friend of mine, a friend of my friends used to jerk off and come during class a lot.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
But
I
he
mean.
wasn't in the
But
back
like,
row. He would do it in the front row. And no, like who's gonna stop him?
oh,
Who's
like,
gonna go up to this guy who's jerking off openly in front of the class and say, please don't do that, or like push his hands away from his cock. No one's gonna
was
get that close.
was he alone in it? Because what I'm talking about is like organized, like a whole row of guys would go to the back.
Mm-mm.
Uh,
It was just a lone ranger.
I see. Well, that was a brave man. That guy's a pioneer, probably.
Yeah, no, that guy really tried to bring about a revolution that no one followed. But he had the right
Yeah,
idea. When you're jerking off, you're invincible. No one's gonna stop you. No one's gonna come up to
dude.
you
I
and
mean,
like take your hand away from your dick. Like no one's gonna slap your
shit,
hand away.
that's a hero, man. I bet he's like jerking off on Everest right now. You know, one of my actual like bucket list items is just jerking off while skydiving and coming before I land. It's just something I want to try. So I just have a story where, those douchebags who always have to one up your story. Like you tell them about something cool that happened to you, they're like, "Oh yeah, that happened to me too," but like it was, and they tell you some bullshit that's just so much cooler than yours.
Yeah.
And I want to have that story where, like, you tell me I don't know, you were at a bar fight and it was so cool because this big guy he got tackled through a post, and I'll go, "That's nice. Have you ever jizzed while free falling?"
Yeah, I've always wanted like an ace in the hole type story where if someone's trying to one up
Yeah,
me, I'd be like, no, 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 you sit down and listen to this. But I don't have anything like that yet.
yeah, exactly. Have you ever shoved a dildo up your ass and then like sucked your own dick mid-air?
Well, I don't think anyone would be impressed by that. I think they'd just be scared. Kind of. The jerking off while
Ch-
skydiving is cool, but adding the dildo is just an extra layer of flavor you didn't need.
No, Charlie, there is a thin line between respect and fear, and I dance on it.
I remember one time my parents and I were going to go to the movies and we had it all planned out, but I really wanted to jerk off. So I told them straight to their face, look, I really want to go, watch some porn and ejaculate. And I made them wait for me to go do that, finish, and then we could go to the movies. And we had to go to a later movie because I took longer than I anticipated.
Well, that's really
Yeah.
that must have been an awkward wait.
I can't even imagine.
Well, I mean, no, because there's like it's like bittersweet, like your dad must have been like, "Oh goddamn, we're gonna miss the movie because of the goddamn asshole," but at the same time, wow, he's really,
He's
got some
committed to the
stamina.
yeah, he's committed to the craft. I
Yeah,
think I
well,
think there was a bit of respect there, like my dad was proud. That's my boy. Can jerk
yeah,
off just like his old man did.
20 minutes now. Wow.
He's still going. Man, nothing used to stop me from jerking off. I broke my right hand one time, just went lefty, just off pure instinct. I was like, I know what to do with this thing. Just right in there.
Good.
Yeah. Made sure to tell my parents then too. Look, guys, I'm gonna have to mix it up and go lefty this time. Is that okay? Am I breaking family traditions if I do this?
All right. Uh, you're really committed to involving your family in your
Yeah, I was
jerk sessions.
I was a weird kid, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Oh, that reminds me. One time I was coming as I was staring into my brother's eyes. It was uncomfortable. I was jacking off, and I guess I forgot to lock the room. No, I actually here I remember. You know, like when you wake up in the morning, you just have a monster steel erection, and
Hmm.
you don't want to get up without jacking off first because it will feel like you just left something in the middle of it. It just doesn't feel right. So I started jacking off under the covers, and just as I'm about to come, the second I'm starting to come, like the jizz is in the dick tube, but it's not out yet, my brother comes into my room, just opens the door and says, are you gonna get up or what? Breakfast is ready. And I'm just legs spread, and I just look at him, like into his eyes, and I come under the sheets. I don't think he noticed, but still,
Yeah.
uh,
Huh.
yeah, it was a little uncomfortable.
That sounds like it would be a little uncomfortable.
Imagine if that happened to you and your like dad or mom.
At that,
Stuff like
I
it's
was
because
basic. I was
if it's your sibling, that's kind of well. But if like your I don't know, mom catches you like coming, wouldn't you feel like you were cheating on your dad? Like I don't know.
no. Well, that's a weird way of putting it, but I feel like I was conditioning my parents for that reveal. I think they were just waiting for the day they accidentally told me to come eat dinner, and they just saw me like spread eagle on the floor, just looking up at my computer, jerking off or in some weird
Sure.
position, fucking hanging from a fucking rope in the air, doing some of those what do they call them? The drape acrobatics while jerking off. I think they were just waiting for something unexpected or something disgusting.
Oh my. Ooh, here's what I used to when I was still like not a believer, but like if you're young and people tell you, oh, all of your dead relatives they're in heaven and God is real and blah blah blah, you believe that shit, right? You don't question it. So at some point, for some reason, I developed this weird kink where I always like it would bug me like, wait a minute, like all of my dead relatives are in heaven and they're watching me every moment, like even when I take a shit.
Yeah, I used to think
If
that
I'm just
same way.
yeah, it's just so weird. Like I don't have any privacy even when I'm just doing homework or watching TV. They're watching me. So, and this devolved into this weird kink where when I was jacking off, I would kind of get into it. Like, damn, yeah, they're watching me, and they can't do a thing about it until I die. They cannot question me. Like my grandma, my grandpa, like my entire lineage might be watching me like squeeze my balls right now, and they can't do a thing about it. And I still have to live like 60 years, and that's like I'm gonna beat the monkey 60 years, and they're gonna have to watch it, and that's only when they get to question me, and only then am I going to be embarrassed.
That just reminded like that for some reason you saying that reminded me. I used to jerk off in the weirdest positions because I thought it would feel different. I remember the weirdest one I ever tried is I threw my right leg over the computer I was jerking off to, and I was just jerking off like into the computer, like with my penis head touching the computer. It looked like it was like I was basically like a pair of scissors that were open but only on one side. It like
No,
over the
no, I
computer.
get,
Yeah.
yeah, I get it. You were
And
like doing lunges to the computer, like squat thrusting, fucking your computers. It's
yeah.
kind of cool, I guess.
Yeah, I was really into it, and I was like, yeah, you like that, you like that. But I made sure to like get my foot off there before I came. 'Cause I didn't want to fucking blast my computer. That'd be a really disgusting trip to Best Buy. Sorry, we don't cover ejaculation damage. Quite some power you got there, though. Oh, you tried the old rusty snowman. Yeah, you got to stay at least 2 inches back when you do that maneuver.
We can offer you the new Retina screens come
We can offer you this.
safer.
We can offer you this gel screen so you don't break the glass.
All of that stuff really doesn't work. Like you Google ways to jack off like more fun because it just gets boring. But it doesn't work. That stupid trick of use your other hand, it will feel like a clumsy stranger. Why would I want a clumsy stranger to jack me off?
Yeah, no,
I
it's
myself,
stupid.
I'm 25 years old. I've trained my left hand for 25 years. I've specialized it. Its entire purpose is sometimes to pick my nose and jack me off. It's a specialist. It's a jack-off assassin trained and raised for this one purpose. And even that hand has a difficult time sometimes. Why would I use my right hand? Why would I want something clumsy? That's stupid.
It is
That's like
dumb.
saying, hey, let us animate this snowman so he can jack you off. Why? No. What a stupid... Just all these dumb techniques. It doesn't work. I cannot for shit jack off with my right hand, even though I'm a righty.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
I think I told you.
Yeah, you told me about that one.
We talk about dicks behind the scenes too, guys.
It's not just on stream. We're always talking about things. It's sad.
That's a secret, like, club language.
Yeah, I wonder
So
if I wonder if my upstairs neighbors have heard every story so far. I hope they
I
have.
hope so.
I hope so.
I hope so too.
My choking of the chicken. One of the times it just didn't go the way I planned. Like I ejaculated before I even started jerking off. I don't even know how it happened, but it happened, and I panicked. I was like, "This wasn't part of the plan. This wasn't in the blueprints." And I immediately just started crying. And then I went to my parents. Like, what? Obviously, it's still with cum trousers. I was really young with this one, and they were like, "What's wrong?" And visibly taking steps away from me because you can smell cum. Like it's got quite a whiff to it. It's quite the Methodist. And I was like, I came without touching my pee-pee. And they're like, it's okay, it happens. But I was so upset about it, and I was crying for the whole night about it. And I was like, now I have to wait until I can make cum again. I have to wait, make sure it's normal. What if it's not normal? What if I'm just gonna start coming randomly now when I get boners? I can't do this. I can't handle it. I need to wait now. And I was just panicking and just going nuts. Ugh, it was so uncomfortable.
It's just so fascinating to me. I wish I could do it, but instead I have to like really beat it hard, like I'm trying to squeeze the juice out of a potato. Just really, I cannot do. I don't know how they do it.
I also one time got it in my head that it'd be really, really sexy if I started peeing before I came. That backfired immediately because once I got to the point where I was like ready to ejaculate and I put that on standby to urinate, I just pissed my pants and all over my carpet. And I was like, oh fuck, abort mission. And then I just like ran to my bathroom while still pissing my pants. But by the time I reached the toilet, like I had already had my vinegar strokes, so then I started coming. It was such a fucking mess.
I mean,
Like I was a fucking well-oiled machine back in my prime jerk-off days. Now I'm just standard stuff, but back then,
Yeah.
man, that was wacky.
mommy's proud years. It's just when you're child, like those cum stains and skid marks.
Yeah,
He's growing up.
He's just like his father. I'm surprised there wasn't bumper stickers on our car. My son jerks off a lot, and he does it great. Proud parent.
God.
I used to bring other objects into the equation too sometimes to see what would stick. Like I just take whatever was around my room. Like one time my dog's squeaky toy was in there and I was like, you know what, this could be cool. So as I was jerking off, I was squeaking the toy in the other hand. It was, needless to say, it wasn't as hot as it was in my head. Man, I really could go on for days about the dumb shit I used to do. Wow. All about my penis. My penis has been through so much.
Yeah, mine too.
Well, yours seems at least standard.
What?
Mine was just weird. I confused it. It's like, you know how in exercising they say confuse your muscles? My penis was beyond confused for X amount of years.
My friend made me giggle once when he told me that he beat it so often his dick was calloused, like on one side. You ever jack off in a hot shower?
Yeah. Oh,
Because it's
yeah.
really difficult.
Yeah. It gets really
Because-
dry.
No, not that, but I was in this hotel room once when me and my mom were staying someplace and I was younger. So for some reason, that like water was just super hot and I was super into it. Like I like hot showers, and it was super steamy, and I just started jacking off, and I just couldn't come. But I got a fucking grudge. Like that was my fucking Moby Dick. I was gonna come. I was not gonna leave the shower, and it went on for so fucking long that I started to get dizzy. because it was just so hot and so steamy, and just my blood pressure just plummeted. Because my heart rate was just going up because I was still trying to jack it with like 2 grams of oxygen left in the fucking shower room. So I got out super dizzy. I was about to collapse on the floor. I just had to sit down. And my mom, of course, she didn't know what the fuck was up. She just thought I was taking a shower, and now I'm about to like puke and collapse on the floor. So she took me to a doctor. And so we're sitting in front of the doctor, and the doctor's asking me like, "Have you been physically exerting yourself?" And now I understand what she meant, but at the time I said no. So she said, stuff like that can happen sometimes. Just keep an eye on it or something like that. I'm sure she like knew what was up. I bet I wasn't the first guy I was about to pass out because he jacked off in a hot, steamy shower.
I was just taking a shower. I can only imagine from your mom's perspective what the fuck happened in there.
Yeah, no, she was just genuinely concerned.
Yeah.
I guess I would be the opposite parent, where if my son told me he was like about to faint after he came out of the shower, I'd be like, yeah, right. You fucking asshole, just get to your room and finish jacking off there. And then 2 hours later, I just find him on his bed with a fucking heart attack because it was an actual condition. But I didn't believe him. I thought he was just lying. I did this when I was a child. I didn't know he had an actual heart condition. Then I'll feel guilty about myself, and I'll never be able to jack off in the shower again.
Yeah,
PTSD flashbacks to my son. Oh, my, this isn't funny. My son died like this. On the spot, he was looking at this very drain as he was jacking it.
My son used to love to jerk off in here. Fucking 2-hour stream all about our disgusting stories of our wieners. I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah, it's awesome
because, I wonder what Pinar would think of me if she listened to any of this. And nothing like this has ever, come up.
I'm going to send it to her one day. Just catch her roll off guard. Here's Kaya behind the scenes. The face he doesn't want you to see.
Yeah, you do that, Charlie.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Don't worry.
I don't worry. I get that. I don't know. I kind of just want to send it to her just to whet our friendship, just to test it. Like, is it strong enough? Like, can she handle me at my worst? Does she deserve me at my best?
Can she handle me at my flaccidest? Does she deserve me at my hardest?
Yeah, like if I'm disgusting to her just because I jack off, does she even deserve me when I am lucid and not horny? I should send this video to everyone I meet. Hey, Ashley, you and me have been getting close, but here's a video I want you to watch, and it's just 5 hours of me discussing my erections. And it's really important to me that you watch this and then give me an opinion.
Yeah, get into online dating and make it mandatory viewing for all of your matches. Hello there, future potential wife or breeding mate. Here is 4 hours of all of my jack-off stories and my flaws. I expect you to listen to all of it. There will be a test once we begin conversation. Enjoy.
Chapter X is I talk about trying to suck my own dick at 4 minutes and 16 seconds.
Yeah, timestamps.
Yeah.
Fucking chapters. Chapter 1, The Awakening.
Yeah. Put stars next to the most important ones.
Yeah.
Cubicle.
Yeah, just tell the boss. Just tell the boss to his face, remind him, be like, sir, I do jack off. I tried a jerk off stance. I actually gave it a nickname. I called it the grandfather clock, and I spread my legs as far as I could get them, well past shoulder width, and I just let my cock dangle, and I jerked off while slowly swinging forward, so that way it would go forward and back like a pendulum. That was kind of cool. I had a bunch of different stances I would take just to try it out to see if it felt any different or any cooler.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I want to talk about something very serious today. In many ways, this will probably be the most serious video I've ever made. something very near and dear to my heart. And I'm sure many of you are already familiar with the controversy, the conspiracy, if you will. I know I'm a little tardy to the party on this subject, but it's the Berenstein versus Berenstain Bears. Now, I'm sure many of you, like me, remember these beloved children's books as the Berenstein Bears, but apparently it's always been the Berenstain Bears by Stan and Jan Berenstain, not Berenstein. And that's just barren bullshit. I know it was Steen because I used to have to write a weekly book report on a different Berenstein Bears book each week, and it was always Steen in my report. And, strangely enough, I used to actually pronounce it Berenstain, but I was constantly corrected by the teacher and my parents saying, "Charlie, take that Brillo pad out of your fucking mouth and say it the correct way or you're not getting food tonight. It is Steen, not Stain." So eventually I learned that it was Steen, and I used to eat Brillo pads, but that's a conspiracy theory for a different day. And the reason I even I thought it was Stain to begin with was because I didn't know the sounds E-I-N would make, and it was very close to the ending to stain, which was A-I-N, and pain, which was A-I-N, so I thought it would make the same sound. So the fact that they're trying to say it's always been shit stain bears is just absolute nonsense, because that is absolutely wrong, and that has been drilled into my head that it was never Stain and has always been Steen. Now, let's see where this all started. In 2012, someone made a blog post talking about how they'd come to the realization that it's always been the Berenstain Bears, and they'd talked to everyone they knew, and they always knew it as the Berenstein Bears, and he said the only logical explanation for this is that our universe overlapped with a parallel universe, and a lot of very subtle changes occurred, one of them being Steen changed to Stain. However, he neglected to mention that I was also directly affected with this overlapping. I used to have a 9-inch dick, I know that for a fact, but now I'm left with just the standard 6-incher. But that's alright, I guess, because the bigger issue here is this Berenstein Bears issue. And then this really caused a lot of outrage, like a lot of confusion, because the majority of people remember it as the Berenstein Bears. In fact, a very small percentage know it as Stain Bears. So how can so many people have such vivid memories of it being Berenstein and not Berenstain? Well, it's called the Mandela effect, and the Mandela effect is basically when a large number of people have very, very clear memories that they know and are certain have happened, but in reality have not happened. And it gets its name from Nelson Mandela, whom many believe died in prison, when in reality, that is false. So the conspiracy gained traction and got a lot of attention, so much so that the son of Stan and Jan Berenstain commented on the blog post saying, "Hey, come on, pussy farts, cut the monkey business, stop it, you silly sailors. It's always been Berenstain, not Berenstein. They all want to pronounce it Steen, but it's Stain. Ever since I was a kid, they call me Steen. It's Stain, though. Just by applying Occam's razor, it's just you've all misheard it and misread it your whole lives, and you're just dumb people. And Occam's razor is just the simplest solution is the right one. It's that way of thinking. Cut off everything you don't need, you're left with the simplest solution, which is the correct one. So that's the official explanation for this whole debacle, that we've all just misheard or misread it our whole lives, and that we're just wrong. But I don't necessarily believe the parallel universe theory, but I do think there is something awry here, because I know it wasn't Stain. I wouldn't have these memories of me feeling very stupid by saying Stain when it was Steen. It's a fucking complicated situation, and Berenstain fucking sucks as a name. It sounds like a knockoff of the real Berenstein, where the Berenstain Bears get into some shady shit. Berenstain Bears, big honeys about to nut. Berenstain Bears, trouble with the drug cartel. Berenstain Bears, forget their condoms. It's just, that doesn't work. Berenstein Bears sounds like the international celebrated treasure that it is. So I decided to do my own research to try and blow this case wide open, to crack this nut. So I went on Wikipedia to see who published the Berenstein Bears when, and then my plan was to go on archive.org and use the Wayback Machine to go to the publishers' websites from back in the 90s and see when it was what it was listed as, whether it was Steen or Stain on their catalogs. But I discovered something very disturbing, something that I'm pretty sure has landed me on a list, and I wouldn't be surprised if book assassins came to my door right now. So it turns out, if you search any of the publishers' websites, any of them, and you go through their catalog, you will not find the Berenstein or Berenstain Bears anywhere on there, which is bizarre considering in the 90s and early 2000s, that's when it was in its prime and really selling like a motherfucker, so it's weird that it wouldn't be on their website. but luckily you can find the Dick King Trivia Contest, which unfortunately I missed the deadline for. Would have really loved to have entered that one. But there is no mention of the Berenstein or Stain Bears until you get into around 2005 on the publisher's websites, where it is on the front fucking page, Berenstain Bears. It's incorrect there. That's unfortunate. But what really gives me the heebie-jeebies in a sense that there's definitely something amiss here is that you just can't find the Berenstein or Stain Bears on any old website where there's books. I've checked libraries too, old library catalogs, and there's no Berenstein or Stain Bears there either. So it's almost as if before the Berenstain Bears switch, whenever that happened, which was around 2005 apparently, they just didn't exist at all. It's just very strange. So I also did a little more research and found a website dedicated to proving that it's Berenstein and always has been in this reality, called BerensteinBears.weebly, and they have a lot of newspaper articles with the Berenstein spelling there, as well as TV program guides that have Berenstein there. And one that I find pretty interesting is this right here. This is a professional textbook, and it has Berenstein listed multiple times in the index. Now that could be attributed to a typo, as well many of these could, but for something like this I find it very unlikely that they'd make the same typo that many times, especially in a professional textbook. They'd really fact check that, as would a lot of these sources. And I decided to go to the Wayback Machine to see if these were photoshopped, and I corroborated the few that I looked at. I didn't want to go through all of them because that's just a fucking extremely tedious task. But I didn't think that was good enough because you can fake a lot of this shit, and especially the ones where you see the piles of books with Berenstein on them, that could easily be photoshopped. But one piece of evidence that I really find could be the deciding factor in this case is this right here. This clip, this little clipping, this excerpt, where it has Berenstein spelling as well as the book title there. But if you zoom in, you just can't make out if it says Stain or Steen. But if you could somehow get that enhanced enough where you could actually read it and you could see the spelling, that would once and for all settle the debate on Steen versus Stain. But for now, I'm going to keep knowing that it is Berenstein, and anything short of that I just will not accept. I would rather watch the world burn to ash than accept that it has always been Berenstain Bears. So I know I'm really chiming in on this subject way after people have already forgotten about it, but this has really altered my universe. It has crashed what I thought was my universe. In fact, I'm pretty sure the universe has stopped expanding now. So yeah, that's about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. YouTube trends are getting so bad they're starting to kill people now. This story right here is one of the stupidest stories I've seen in quite a while. It's also incredibly sad and disturbing. So the short of it, this couple had a channel. I'm not going to say the name of the channel because I don't want people to go on there and harass them or anything like that. So it's a fresh channel that aimed to emulate what a lot of successful channels on YouTube are currently doing, which is fake shitty pranks. Prank is a word that has completely lost all meaning whatsoever. Popular pranks include kissing actresses on the street after playing rock, paper, scissors and paying them a lot of money to make out with you on camera, pissing on people's shoes and making people angry but saying it's just a prank so they're wrong for being angry, and all of it's staged, but somehow the majority of people under the age of 13 think that the pranks are very entertaining and real, and I just think the whole situation of pranks on YouTube is perhaps the worst thing that ever happened to the platform. But I'm not here to rant about fake pranks and shit. These two, their prank that killed this man was he held up a book and she shot the book with a .50 caliber round. I don't know how the fuck this is even loosely considered a prank. Who's being pranked? I guess the boyfriend because he died from it, so joke's on him, but even by YouTube standards, no one would really consider this stunt a prank. They would consider it a stunt, an Evel Knievel type stunt, except dialed to 3000, or maybe magic, an illusion like the catching bullet magic trick, except that takes planning and you don't actually just fucking execute someone with a gun. So, unsurprisingly, when the girlfriend shot the book, it went right through the book and just obliterated the man. He died, and it was right in front of their 3-year-old daughter. I don't know how the fuck they got their hands on a .50 caliber round. That's not exactly easy to acquire. That's not something you can just walk outside and pick off of a fucking bush. But somehow they acquired the tools necessary for this video idea that they thought was going to explode and go viral. But the only thing that exploded was the man's chest after the .50 caliber round went right through it. I don't know how stupid you have to be to think a book can stop a .50 caliber round and just get lodged on page 200 or something, depending on the thickness of the book. But you could have a fucking building in between you and a .50 caliber round, and there's still a good chance that bullet's gonna get right through you. A 50 caliber round is no joke whatsoever. You can't hold up Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets and expect to fucking block a 50 caliber round. It's not a vibranium shield like Captain America. It doesn't say what book they tried to use to stop the bullet, but anything shy of adamantium was doomed to fail. I imagine they probably used a phone book, and that's just not even close to thick enough. However, if they had used my overpriced college textbook on physiology, there's a really good chance that it may have actually stopped the 50 caliber round. This whole story really is extremely sad because now the daughter is traumatized, the girlfriend will never forget this, and she's definitely going to jail for it. And the whole situation could have been avoided if YouTubers hadn't distorted what a prank was and have to keep one-upping themselves with kidnap prank gone wrong, almost killing my brother gone sexual, shit like that, and then it encourages stupid people to give it a try too, and then they do some dumb shit like this. Now, in a world of fake pranks on YouTube, I will commend these two for at least giving it the real deal. They used a real 50 caliber round, a real book, and this was a real gone wrong prank. Well, that's about it. I just wanted to share this story with you because it made me extremely sad and angry to read about it. So, yeah, that's it. See ya. A couple nights ago, I got pretty fucking shit-faced, absolutely annihilated actually, and I had myself a little bit of a drunk Twitch stream around 2 or 3 a.m. as I've been known to do when I get inebriated. And to dive a little bit deeper into that stream lore, what many of you probably don't know about that stream is after I ended it, I filmed a mukbang video right before bed. Completely fucking forgot I did that, but I looked in my Dropbox yesterday and I saw it there as kind of like a nice little surprise early Christmas present from my drunk self, so I figured I'd share that with you today. And I'm sure some of you have already seen some clips from the drunk Twitch stream I did floating around on like Twitch subreddits and highlights and shit like this one right here. Let me show you a little something here. Like, let's say a cop came up to me and he's like, "Hey son, you been sniffing that alcohol?" I'd be like, "No sir." And he'd say, "Prove it." I'd say, "Alright, what's the test?" And he'd say, "Alright, hop in this Fortnite match and then pop this baby boy in the mouth with the fucking shotgun. Let me show you what I do to him." Maybe I'm a little drunk. I'm sorry, officer. But now let's show you behind the scenes what happened when the webcam turned off and the stream ended. How's it going, elite gamers and mukbang enthusiasts? It's me, the Carb Crusader, the Calorie Cavalier, the Meat Machine, meat in between his legs, the fast food ass dude, me. I'm here with another mukbanger, so let's just get right into it, Muck Squad. If I was Superman, I'd say, fuck Zod. Jesus. So on today's menu, it's Pedialyte. Cause I don't want a hangover. Cheers. I bet you're wondering what that tasted like. Tasted like I avoided a hangover. Thanks for tuning into this hardcore mukbang. See ya. Here's a little touching story for all of you from my past. I believe this was in my freshman or sophomore year of high school, and puberty was coming in full swing. My body was changing, I was getting hair on my nutsack, my butthole. My height really wasn't changing. I've pretty much been short my whole life. 5'6" has pretty much been my max level cap. Hopefully soon there'll be a new patch or a new expansion set to this godforsaken world where they can increase my height without having to obliterate my fucking legs in some back alley meth lab. But anyway, that's not really part of the story about me being short. Anyway, I was going through a really hard porn addiction phase. I was an absolute porn fiend, and one day before class, I wanted to see some vagina. I wanted to ejaculate. I wanted to just bust a nut real hard before class. But I couldn't. I watched a lot of porn for the better part of 25 minutes, which for me that was a bender and a half. Usually I would have come 3 times during that period back then. But on this cursed day, my well was dried up and I had no more semen left to give my boxers. It's also worth noting as an important detail, during this time I never needed to jerk off. I never even knew how. I'd always just ejaculate after getting an erection, and sometimes I'd try different techniques like slapping it around or something to see if that helped the sensations or anything, but I never really jerked off. That's the point here. I could ejaculate using just the power of my intellect and euphoric gamer senses. I was able to just propel cum when I was stimulated visually or mentally. Alright, so now take that little nugget of wisdom and put it in your back pocket and save it for trivia night. It's going to play a major role in the plot a little further down the line in this story.
So I wanted to stay home and just ejaculate because I thought something was wrong with me. I thought my dick stopped working or God banned me from ejaculating. I just thought something was awry, and I wanted to stay home, but my parents wouldn't let me because that day we had a school play to perform. It was Hamlet, and I was playing the role of fucking P. Diddy. Who's the character with the P in his name? Palpatine? Jesus, it's definitely not fucking Palpatine. I'm not playing Chancellor Palpatine or anything like that. It's like Polonius. I was playing Polonius, and he gets stabbed, and I guess that's like crucial to the story maybe. So I couldn't miss it. My parents didn't want me to miss it. They'd already planned on going to see it, so I couldn't skip school that day to ejaculate. Plus, that's not exactly a strong reason. I was very forward with why I didn't want to go to school. I was telling my parents, look, I just want to come. No sane parents can be like, you know what, that's a good excuse, Harold. Let's not send him to school today. So I get sent to school. I go through school per usual, and the play was supposed to take place right after school ended. So, I was able to push back the desire to ejaculate and all that for the entire school day and up till the play, and I was rehearsing my lines or my actions. And all of a sudden, all at once, it was like a light switch went off. It was like I was having a fucking Jimmy Neutron brain blast in like the costume room, and all I was seeing was porn. Like my eyes just rolled into the back of my head, and all I was looking at was porn. Like I was Professor Xavier who just jacked into Cerebro, and I was seeing all of the porn that I'd ever seen in my life all at once. And I got hard as a fucking rock. And I knew that was dangerous because, like I said earlier, I never needed to like physically stimulate myself to ejaculate. So I'm sitting there in my Polonius costume on the verge of just blowing a hard load into it right before going on stage, and I'm panicking because we're about to perform this play and I have some shit I gotta do in the play. Like I'd hate to be the guy that gets stabbed in the play, the curtain rolls back, and then all of a sudden I'm just laying on the floor with a boner and a wet spot in front of the whole school and all the school's parents. That'd be terrifying for all of them and myself. So I'm trying to brainstorm ideas. I didn't want to just go blow a load into the toilet because that thought never really occurred to me then. So my plan was to just start chugging water as quickly as I could and just try and pee out my erection. I thought that would work if I just kept urine flowing the best I could. I only had like T-minus 20 minutes till showtime, so I killed like 2 water bottles and the plan worked. I was able to like basically piss out all of my boner, and I was able to perform the play the best I could. But the lesson here is, no half measures. If you feel like you need to ejaculate, then fucking do it. Get it out of the way because you never know when it might come back to haunt you. You might be in the middle of a school play and then all of a sudden you're spitting out baby gravy into your costume and trying not to cry in front of the whole class. Just don't edge for like 9 hours. Just get it done, get it over with, and then be productive for the rest of the day. That's the lesson. I guess the lesson is quite literally jerk off if you need to. That's it. See ya. How big is my penis? A question I've been asked millions of times, so much so that it's infiltrated my dreams, where even the figments in my dreams are asking me that question. During every stream I ever do, I'm asked, how big is your wiener? How big is your cock? How big is that womb broom? And I make it no secret, I don't hide the fact, that my schlong is 6.5 inches of pure steel, bravery, and courage. So now, again, I'm sure I will continue to be asked it during my Twitch streams. I'll link my Twitch below so that way you too can see how many times I'm asked that question per stream. But this brought up something pretty interesting. Because always the follow-up when I say 6.5 inches pure sledgehammer is that flaccid or erect? And it got me thinking, who the fuck has a 6.5 inch flaccid dick? That is downright unholy. That would be biblical length that would rival God himself as the creator of the universe. That's just downright ridiculous. No, my penis is not 6.5 inches flaccid. I don't think any man's is. I'm sure I'm wrong, but speaking purely biologically, it just doesn't make any sense. The science can't comprehend how a penis could be 6.5 inches flaccid, soft. It's unreal. So that got me thinking, let's talk about growing versus showing. A grower versus a shower. I am a grower. Now, what is a grower? A grower is a man whose penis is only presentable when it's fully erect at full mast. A shower is a man whose penis is presentable when even when it's soft. It doesn't need to put its makeup on and get in a good mood and stimulated before it can be presented and have people applaud it and be proud about it. However, the majority of men are not showers. I believe it is only 5% of the global population of cock-wielding men are considered showers. That statistic may be wrong. Maybe I just made it up. I'm really not sure, but I'm going to present it as a fact anyway. It's a very small portion of men in the world that are showers. Now, like I said, I'm not a shower, not at all. My flaccid dick is embarrassing. If I get out of a shower and I look at it in the mirror, I feel like a fucking vampire and just wish my reflection wasn't there because I saw my flaccid dick. I never take dick pics, no flaccid dick pics, because I always fear the day that somehow it ended up on the internet, and then I'd never be allowed back on the internet just out of pure shame because it's my flaccid dick, the fucking pencil eraser flaccid dick out there. Now, like I said, it gets up to 6.5 inches of steel and bravery. Take my word for it, I swear to God. But up until that point, it is a sad fucking ice cream cone. If my soft penis fell out of my pants in front of an on-duty police officer, he wouldn't even arrest me. He'd feel too bad about it. And the point I'm making here is, let's just go ahead and drop the, when you ask for dick size, is it flaccid or hard? The size the man gives is always going to be when it's performing its best. No man is going to say his flaccid dick size because they're all flaccid dicks are sad. Like, what guy's going to say, yeah, I'm 3 inches soft? Oh, cool. Well, now you've completely lost that person's interest and they think less of you. That's why every time I've ever done the bedroom rodeo, as it's called around the college campuses, I'm not quite too familiar with the term for fucking or anything, but always in the past, I would never let my flaccid dick be seen. I just scramble around the room like Batman who just lost his mask, so now Bruce Wayne's desperately trying to conceal his identity. I do that, but with my dick, making sure that it was not seen in any light whatsoever. So again, why am I bringing this up? Well, to answer the Twitch question that I always fucking get, A, and B, just assume when you ask for dick size that it's being dealt with in erect units. No one's gonna tell you flaccid dick size because they're all fucking small when they're flaccid. Mine, like I said, is around like the 3-inch mark flaccid. Yahoo, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and give that as my answer to the how big is your dick. I'm gonna tell you it when it's doing its best, which is when it's erect. It's 6.5 inches. Don't forget it. So yeah. A question I've been getting asked a lot recently that I wanted to publicly talk about is, why have I been making videos insulting children's content? I'm a full-grown man. I'm not no snot-nosed multiplication table learning little bitch. I'm a full-grown fucking man who understands multiplication for the most part. I know I may have the height of a toddler who's just now hitting puberty and maybe has a bit of a calcium deficiency, but alas, I am still a hairy-dicked, hairy-assholed man. So why am I insulting children's content? It's clearly not geared towards me. Well, the reason is it's shitty content. Yeah, that goes without saying. It's not exactly brave to insult the children's content on YouTube. Saying family-friendly YouTube content is bad and shitty is like saying one-ply toilet paper is evil. Everybody already knows that. The main reason I target the douchebags that make the content geared towards children is because they aim to exploit the children. They always pretty much demand that they hit the like button or else they're not a real fan and they'll never be their friend and they're never going to have a girlfriend and no girls are ever going to show them nipples or anything. They make it seem like you're a loser if you don't hit the like button for them. And the content aims to set a very bad example to children who are very impressionable. So you have people like Rice Gum, and I always use him as an example for this type of shit because he's truly the poster child for being a micro-penised douchebag who just throws his success in the face of his fans and spits on them. And you have people like him who incentivize these children to hit the like button and comment and join the family, and they make it seem like you're not gonna be successful or cool if you don't emulate that type of behavior. So you have these children that look at Rice Gum and want to be like him, aspire to be like him, so they start acting like him, a huge piece of shit. So then you have a whole bunch of children growing up to try and become a piece of shit. Being an uneducated fucking loser is now the cool thing to do because you have people on the platform of YouTube showing how successful you can be by being that way. And I honestly just have no respect for this group of people at all. Every adjective you could ever use when describing a piece of gum that's stuck to the bottom of a urinal is an adjective that would also apply to this group of douchebag YouTubers that exploit children. All in all, they're just the worst possible role models. Like fucking Jake Paul made that song about fuck teachers. Fuck teachers, yeah, what a great positive message. Fuck teachers, a message delivered from Jake Paul, who can hardly even speak English. A man who offers nothing to the world and has just barely enough brain power to keep himself from drooling 24/7. Yeah, fuck teachers, what a great fucking message to send. I'm not exactly the type of guy that's always like, think of the children. We need to ban swear words because kids might hear them and burn down a church because they heard those bad words. Pornography needs to go. That's so unholy. Kids might find that. Think of the children. Bitch, if pornography didn't exist, the world would be in flames by now. We would have lost the ozone layer 20 years ago. Pornography saved humans. Can't ban that shit. But when talking about this platform, I do think when you have these douchebags who make content solely to exploit children for their own financial gain, that's something you really need to think about and take a look at. So why I choose that type of content to shit on so frequently is because, well, it's really just bad content that's fun to shit on, and also I feel like it's rightfully so. It's a target that, there's no passion behind. It's a bad person who's making it, and they're doing it for malicious intent. Why wouldn't you want to make fun of that, or at least show people this type of shit and make people aware of what's going on, so that way maybe somebody who sees it and has a younger brother or a son or a daughter that maybe watches this type of shit, maybe sit them down and be like, hey, you can watch this type of shit, but just, I hope you don't end up like this, you know what I mean? Because it's bad. Nobody likes those kind of people in the world. Yeah, I guess it might be cool to children online to see that type of success and that attitude, but in the real world, nobody likes that. It's a hard news flash, and I'm sorry to splash you with that cold pee water, but nobody likes those people. I'm 100% sure Rice Gum doesn't act like that in the real world like he does online, because he wouldn't have any friends. He wouldn't have anybody still in his life. But kids, they don't know that. They probably think that Rice Gum is just like that in the real world. A real fucking lit savage who goes around slapping homeless people with $100 bills, laughing as he does it, and then brushing the ass crack of strippers with cocaine. They will look at that and think, okay, so that attitude has clearly got him a lot of success with this nice house and all this money. I'm gonna do that too. And then they will, and they'll wonder why they're all alone. A lot of people probably think I'm just talking out of my ass, like, oh yeah, I'm sure all the kids understand that it's just an act and they're not just being used, but I mean, they very clearly are being used. You can tell by the way the douchebags act about it, but we'll disregard that. It doesn't mean they're going to be bad people because they look up to these bad people as role models. I can give you a very easy counterexample. The KSI versus Logan Paul fight, all of their fans were the most destructive fans I'd seen in quite a while. They were worse than some soccer fans. There was those videos of literal riots about the KSI versus Logan Paul fight. Both of them have content aimed at children. Both of them are douchebags, and they have been doing this for a while. So they've had an audience of children following them through their formative years. And look how they turned out, judging by their public appearance at the fight conferences, where they had actual riots and destruction of property and fucking public urination and defecation charges and shit. They're becoming bad people. And I'm not going to blame, Logan Paul and KSI solely for that. A lot of it falls onto the parents. But as you can see, there's clearly at least some type of correlation here between looking up to bad people and how you start to turn out and what kind of persona you start to take on, what kind of mask you wear. It's just bad. When you have content that's geared towards just exploiting people and acting like a douchebag for money and views and likes, you're going to have people that try and emulate that and take on that in the real world, and that fucking sucks. Nobody likes those people. So I choose shitty, family-friendly, exploitative content to insult and shit on because it's bad content that's fun to insult. And in my eyes, if I can at least show people why the person is a douchebag, that's a big win because it makes more people aware, and maybe even the douchebag in question, they're not going to change, never mind. But yeah, it at least makes people aware that they're a big old fucking douchebag, so that's good. It helps raise awareness and shit. So yeah, that's it. So yeah. Courage the Cowardly Dog is my favorite cartoon to ever air, and now I'd like to spend some time and tell you why I believe it is perhaps the best cartoon ever created. So go ahead and snuggle on up with a warm blanket, unclench your sphincter because I'm coming in raw. We currently exist in a reality that is one of an infinite number in the multiverse. This corporeal dimension in which we have consciousness is composed primarily of protons, neutrons, and megatrons. And as a leading expert in pseudoscience, I have decided to take the liberty and dub our timeline in this multiverse the Berenstain timeline. At one point we were on the Berenstein timeline, but at some point we phase shifted over into the Berenstain universe, which is where we currently reside now. In this reality, a divine being has bestowed upon us an ultimate gift that makes all the other realities in the multiverse seem weaker compared to ours. That gift is a cartoon known as Courage the Cowardly Dog. Now, for the troglodytes out there that have never seen the show and know nothing about it, I'll break it down for you. In a nutshell, the show revolves around a pink dog named Courage, who was abandoned as a pup but was found by Muriel, who lives in the middle of nowhere with her husband Eustace Bagg. And throughout the show, a lot of different spooky villains show up, a lot of scary and intense situations unfold, and it's up to Courage to keep Muriel and Eustace safe as best as he possibly can. The show is the perfect balance of comedy and horror. As a child, there was a few episodes that would send me to bed with a baby boner and cold sweats, and I'd have nightmares about what I had watched right before falling asleep. One of the most prominent examples of this is one a lot of people know who are familiar with the show. It's called King Ramses' Curse.
Return the slab. What? Return the slab, or suffer my curse.
What's your offer?
This night you will be visited by 3 plagues, each worse than the last. Return the slab.
The main curse King Ramses brought during this episode was shitted in pants from all of the children that saw this episode. The episode revolves around Eustace coming in possession of this old relic that is cursed, and it's worth a lot of money, so he doesn't want to give it up to break the curse, so King Ramses is torturing the family to get it back while constantly saying, "Return the slab." And the design for King Ramses is pretty disturbing, especially to a younger viewer. It's definitely not something they would expect in a 2D cartoon, and it's another reason why the show is really great. It wasn't afraid to mix a whole bunch of different mediums with some 3D, some CGI, and a lot of other different techniques that they'd incorporate into the show. King Ramses' episode really stands the test of time. A lot of people remember it fondly because it was perhaps one of their first exposures to horror. And there's quite a few episodes similar to this one, almost as popular as the King Ramses episode in terms of people remembering it scaring them, is the You're Not Perfect episode, which is also the last episode of Courage that aired.
You're not perfect.
This abomination looking like a fucking Smurf abortion, some type of Frankenstein's monster fetus. And it's a creepy little thing here that you never really expect from the show. If you're watching it for the first time as a kid, this is something you really wouldn't expect to just come about. Really, this whole dream sequence here is a lot of different mediums that is mixed in here, a lot of different artistic styles that is thrown in here, and it really makes it pretty disturbing. Now, this is also a really good episode that shows what kind of lessons the show would kind of subtly teach children that watched it. This episode was about Courage trying to be perfect, and he's got this really strict teacher teaching him to be perfect. And eventually comes to the conclusion, not to spoil anything, last thing I'd hate to do is spoil a 20-year-old show now, but he eventually comes to this realization that, you know what, it's okay to not be perfect, and your imperfections can make you perfect, in a sense. And that's a good lesson to teach. It's nothing that hasn't been done 1,000 times before. It didn't try to reinvent the wheel, but it portrayed it in a very interesting context and a very fun episode. Now, I want to talk about my favorite part of the series, the thing that stands out to me the most, that makes it the most unique in my eyes. It's the constantly changing setting. Sometimes an entire episode will take place in the house, sometimes it'll take place at a volcano, sometimes it'll be in space where they have to put a new light bulb into the sun to fix it and save the earth. Why they called the 2 old people at the fucking farm and their dog? Who knows, but it's fucking great. And what's even better is the atmosphere from episode to episode constantly changes. If you pay attention to the sky is just constantly different. It's this abstract type of art, and it's absolutely breathtaking. You know, here's an episode with the risen from the dead Vikings, and the sky is blood red, and the entire episode has this red type of filter on it, and it gives it this surreal feeling throughout the duration of this episode. And there's so many different episodes with this incredible atmosphere around it, and it's always different from episode to episode, and I fucking love it. I can really appreciate that. It's just amazing. And another thing that I think should be mentioned is this show has aged just fine. It's just as good now as it was 15 years ago. I feel if this started airing brand new in 2017, no one would question it. They'd just assume, oh, this is a brand new show, and it looks fucking great. It definitely looks a lot better than some of the shit they're putting on TV these days. I threw on Nickelodeon the other night while I was eating dinner, and they had on this abysmal Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles television show that was all CGI, but really bad CGI, like worse than Jimmy Neutron. It was like pre-Jimmy Neutron CGI levels here. It was like a fucking YouTube video I'd watch of a kid playing with their Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles action figures. It was like a fucking PS1 cutscene throughout the duration of the show. And I get it's cheaper to do CGI than some old school animation, but I mean, come on, this looked like pure anus. Now, I went back and started binging some older cartoons, and it was beautiful. It made me want to flick my bean and throw a whole fist up my pussy. Just absolutely breathtaking how gorgeous it is, especially in comparison to some of the shit that's out there these days. Now, another thing that really set Courage apart was the music. The show has a beautiful soundtrack, an absolutely amazing score. Each episode has memorable music. It has, like, each episode has its own theme throughout the episode. It's just fucking great. The most memorable to me is from the Doc Gerbil chase scene. Just listen to this motherfucker. That sounds like some shit Hans Zimmer would struggle to create. That's above even his level. It is a great song that really fits the mood of the episode and what's going on. Another great example is from my personal favorite episode of the series, The Tower of Dr. Zalost. In addition to just the great song, the whole episode is perfection. It has a great story, a great villain. Everything about it is really, really good. The story is a very sad scientist comes to town, holds the whole town ransom for money because he thinks money might make him happy. It doesn't, so he makes the whole town sad because he wants everyone to feel as sad as he is. If he isn't happy, nobody should be happy. And it's a beautiful episode with a nice happy ending. It's just fucking great. Courage the Cowardly Dog is, in my opinion, the most unique cartoon to ever air. There's a lot of nods to traditional horror, such as The Demon in the Mattress, which is clearly a callback to The Exorcist. There's an incredible cast of villains throughout the entire show. And there's so many memorable moments throughout the series, so many episodes that are just impossible to forget, some really sad and powerful ones such as The Last of the Star Makers, and some just downright entertaining episodes such as the burglar who thinks Eustace and Muriel are part of his family and they just want to go rob the Mount Rushmore together. The show is really just great for all age groups. It's one of the shows that both kids and adults can enjoy. It is a beautiful show. Each episode tells a great story with an absolutely amazing villain and a beautiful setting. It's by all definitions a one-of-a-kind cartoon that I don't think will ever be matched. I don't think anyone else will attempt to do what Courage has done. It is just this perfect amalgamation of beauty and semen. It's absolute perfection to me. So yeah, this was my verbal research paper here in APA format, of course. That's it. So yeah, I'm not exaggerating with the title. This is an honor I don't bestow upon things willy-nilly. I think most of you know that. For me to claim that something is the worst I've experienced in whatever category, that is an honor that is extraordinarily rare. It's like being knighted by the Queen. To be the worst movie I've ever seen, you have to move mountains. Because I see so many bad movies. It is one of my favorite pastimes is watching bad films because I get a lot of enjoyment out of a really fun bad movie. And I see so many. And of every movie I've ever seen, Amazon Prime's War of the Worlds is the worst. It has now taken that crown, which was a crown worn by what I still believe to be one of the most bafflingly dog-shitty movies ever produced, called Let's Be Evil. It wore this crown for 9 years. It had a good run. It should be very proud of itself. But on August 4th, 2025 years after the death of Christ, we have now found the worst film that humanity has produced so far. I wrote down a lot, so we're going to really dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs here. Spoiler warning. Don't think you should care about spoilers, but they're there anyway. I really am not exaggerating with how unbelievably horrible this film is. And it's not even like it is objectively the worst thing film has ever been used for. Like, there have been worse productions, but This is an insult to the entire medium of making movies. It's not a movie. What you're watching is one big ad for Amazon. War of the Worlds is a property that's somewhat sentimental to me, and to see it bastardized and perverted into this homunculus that Amazon molded it into is nothing shy of criminal. If aliens truly did invade this planet and exterminate every single one of us, not even they could wipe the stain of this film's existence from the galactic tomes of time. This has been so catastrophically abominable that I think just the existence of this film has set our species back hundreds of years. It is unreal that this even got made. And I looked it up. Apparently this was made back in like the pandemic, so like in 2020, and they just squatted on it, kegling it in their colon for the last 5 years, and then just randomly decided to drop it now. I don't know why. It should have just stayed there. They should have buried it. This should have never seen the light of day. This is a tomb, a sarcophagus we should have never opened. So War of the Worlds, I'm being very literal, is an advertisement for Amazon. It's an affront to the entire art of making a movie. Anyway, let's go ahead and cannonball into the pool here. It stars Ice Cube, and the film tries to be creative by emulating what some films have in the past with something like Searching, where it's all presented through a computer display. So you're seeing Ice Cube and all of the events unfolding and all the characters through FaceTimes and emails and anything that's on his monitor. So you see Ice Cube through his webcam, and that's how you experience the movie. It was a clever gimmick when it was used in Searching. In here, it's just really annoying. And the movie actually feels like it's written by a 13-year-old who just learned how to code with C#. Like, it's all about hacking. Ice Cube is like an expert hacker in a DHS program that's spying on everyone through mass surveillance, and he can actually do anything. He is basically omniscient. He can hack every possible atom on this planet, and he can see every nook and cranny of this world through computers and drones and even just air itself, it seems like. There is nothing that escapes his gaze. And the film, what you'll notice right away, is it looks terrible, atrocious. And I don't mean that by just big budget standards. I mean by even like indie and student film standards. The visuals here are so bad. Look up any scene from this movie, probably even in the trailers. I haven't bothered to check the trailers. Lord help us. I can't imagine consuming more of War of the Worlds beyond what I've already consumed here from this. But like, look at any scene from this film, like when the aliens are present. It really does look like this was thrown together in one afternoon. It looks like previs. It looks like Sonic the Hedgehog before they redesigned him. Like, it is just hard to look at. Like, it's painful. It looks like PlayStation 1 cutscenes used to look. I cannot believe that they actually gave this the green light to be viewable by us. I feel dirty for watching it. It's so incomplete looking. I don't even know how you make movies look this bad in this day and age. Like, even just your stock assets that you can just freely use look so much cleaner than everything here. And the crazy thing is, it uses so much CGI. Almost the entire film, after the aliens arrive, is showing you aliens and destruction and CGI explosions, and there's even like a drone sequence laser fight, and it really does, I'm not like exaggerating, it really does look so bad. Like, it looks like they made the whole film for $10. Like, they just hired a couple of people from Fiverr and gave them a week to work on it. That was the deadline. I don't know how they could possibly achieve such bad visuals. And this is an Amazon Prime movie. What the fuck? They have actual infinite money. Unbelievable. This movie is like if Birdemic was an ad for Amazon. And I haven't even begun talking about the unhinged insanity that is the plot. And before even getting to that, it's important we make a mention, nobody in this movie is acting. Like, the acting is a word that must have been forbidden on set. All they are doing is reading plainly from their scripts with no acting except for Ice Cube occasionally doing the eye twitch. That's it. There is no acting in this movie. It feels like what AI would generate if you asked it to make like a War of the Worlds Amazon Prime ad. and like you wanted it to star Ice Cube. I don't like. What the fuck are they doing? Like, this must have just been like a really easy paycheck, but they also just didn't even want to put in the bare minimum for it. Like, I feel like the talent here was kind of embarrassed to be working on it, so they didn't really want to give a ton of effort. That's how it comes across. So now, with all of that out of the way, let's talk about like the narrative. So the movie starts with Ice Cube. He's in his lair. He's spying on everyone, which includes his son and his daughter and his daughter's boyfriend. His daughter is pregnant. Her name is Faith. And he's a real grumpy guy after the passing of his wife. And he sends her messages on Facebook. Of course, it's not reciprocated because she's dead. He listens to an old voicemail about like taking out the trash and being nice to the kids, which is an interesting thing to have to remind your husband to be nice to your children. Well, yeah, he is an unreasonable asshole to them. He even like calls his son. Well, actually, he hacks his son's computer so he can uninstall a video game from it. He just randomly hacks into his son's computer, saw that he was enjoying a video game, uninstalls it and says, "You need to get a job, you loser. You fucking bum. You're a loser. You're a loser. We paid $200K for your education. You're a fucking loser. Get a job. Get a job." And then hangs up on him. He really just beats the message home that he hates video games and thinks video games are dumb. But anyway, he's got a task right now at work where he's trying to catch the Disruptor, a hacker who's threatening to release classified government documents through a YouTube video. So he posts a YouTube video. It says, "I will be releasing top secret documents about their Goliath program." And so now Ice Cube has to stop him from releasing those documents. So he tracks his IP through the YouTube video using his elite hacking tools, which again it's basically God mode. He is a server admin of life. Ice Cube he literally just types in words. So he types in like disruptor home address, please get. And it's like, calculating, IP gotten, here's exactly where Disruptor is. And he can do that for anything. He can type in anybody's name, literally anybody's name, and it somehow gets the exact person he wants it to be, even though obviously other people are going to share that name, but somehow it always hones in on the right person, and then gives him like the closest drone so he can spy on them, or the closest like CCTV camera to spy on them. Like, the technology it's like fucking Fantastic Four level almost, where you can like teleport and shit, basically. Like, they've reached quantum surveillance. So anyway, they've got Disruptor's IP. They then go and storm the IP there. But before that, of course, he needs to hack into his daughter's computer because he learns from her boyfriend that she's having a baby shower and he didn't get an invite, so it made him upset. So he hacks into his daughter's computer using TeamViewer, where he uses his tools to generate a master key to TeamViewer so he can log into anybody's account with the master key password. So now he's on his daughter's computer reading her messages, and he starts feeling bad because she's like, "My dad doesn't get it." And he's like, "Oh man," as he's hacked into his daughter's shit. So now, anyway, we learn about Mark. That's her boyfriend. He's an Amazon Prime driver. He's an Amazon delivery driver who really likes Prime. And one of the lines that they reuse like 6 times is like his son Dave says, "I really think you're overdoing it, Dad. We don't need the government to be, checking out what we put in our Amazon cart." Any opportunity to wiggle the word Amazon out of every character's mouth with a little positivity following it was taken in this film. So Mark really likes being an Amazon driver. Ice Cube gets a message from a NASA contact of his, and she's analyzing weird, wacky, freaky weather phenomena. And he doesn't really care. He doesn't want to watch that. He says, "I spy on people, not clouds," or something. Anyway, they go to the Disruptor address. Turns out Disruptor was a step ahead of them. It was a decoy, one of his infamous decoys that he's become known for. But while they're there, the aliens crash land. A bunch of meteors start crashing, and they're blowing up buildings and cars, and people are freaking out, going crazy, because everyone's under attack. And they show you so many sequences of the carnage, and I am not exaggerating, again, it looks so bad. Like, think about Sharknado, but unironically. Like, with no self-awareness. And used primarily to try and get you to buy Amazon Prime. It's like vomit-inducing how awful it is. Like in one of the clips, by the way, to showcase the acting prowess that that people brought to the table here. In one of the clips, the news reporter is is filming one of the meteors, the aliens crashing into a school, and she goes, "Wow, this one just crashed into my kids' school. They're all dead." And she says that deadpan, super calmly. Her kid was at that school, is now dead along with all the other children, and that's her reaction to it. And then they cut to the next sequence of terror. It was so crazy. But anyway, now everyone's in a panic, so Ice Cube's getting called in by the government, the president, everyone, all the moving pieces, and they all do it through Zoom, a Zoom call, so that way we can watch it, because that's how we're experiencing this film. We're a computer screen, basically. So anything on there we see, and everyone is always FaceTiming and on Zoom, which is probably the least efficient way they could be communicating, but they're doing it for our pleasure, not efficiency. So they start working on the Planetary Alliance. That took 5 seconds. The whole world unites to form the Planetary Alliance, basically on that call. And they start trying to figure out what they do next. So the big thing is the Planetary Alliance decides, let's start fighting back. So they get the tanks out, they get the jets out, and they're taking the aliens down almost effortlessly. So Ice Cube is watching like a real-time sports tracker of victories versus defeats that is calculating every victory and every defeat across the globe, and we are slaughtering the aliens. Like, we are absolutely clapping their cheeks on our home turf. We got like 100-something victories to only like 40 losses, and Ice Cube's main thing that he does for this montage is he just goes, "Yeah! Damn right! Take your intergalactic asses home," was one of his lines. So he's basically just cheering them on. A lot of this movie is Ice Cube just like reacting to something. Like when the aliens are crashing and killing kids, he goes, "Damn. Damn. Damn." Like that's about all he does there. But now that we're winning, he's like, "Yeah." Anyway, though, during all the hubbub, his daughter gets injured when the aliens attack, and she gets a big boo-boo to her leg, and she's bleeding, and it's very intense. Ice Cube doesn't want to lose his daughter, so she's FaceTiming her dad and, worrying that she's about to die. And Ice Cube's like, "Don't worry, I'm going to come get you." For the first time, he's actually about to, leave the office, but it turns out he's locked in. So he hacks it to let himself out, but then he's locked in at the lower levels, too. So then he gives up and immediately goes back to his chair. And then he's like, "All right, don't worry, I've got another idea." So on FaceTime, he got her location, used the drones, saw that there was a Tesla nearby, hacked the Tesla, and then got her to get in the Tesla and drove her away with remote controlling the Tesla to get her to a hospital. But all the hospitals are full, so now he recruits Mark to go save his daughter, Faith. It's like the worst attempt at trying to get you emotionally invested because you just do not care. Because it really feels like Ice Cube does not care. There is no emotional weight to anything here. It is so stale and so flat. It almost felt like they were laughing while filming this. Like they knew how bad it was. So anyway, now his daughter's, she's in a pickle, but Mark's on the way and he works for Amazon, so he's basically a fucking superhero. And during this ride, as he's remote controlling her to safety, because she was about to just get killed by the alien, she gives him a lecture on how powerless he is. So he's apologizing for being a bad dad, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, who ordered the Yappuccino? Jesus Christ, old man, you just don't get it. After mom died, you thought you could save her, and then you thought you could, save the whole world, and then you thought you could save anybody, but you can't. Get it through your thick skull, you can't save anyone, you are powerless, move on." And she drives that point home as he is literally saving her life. Without him, she would have died. He is literally saving her as she is giving this lecture. It's very hypocritical. I don't know what they thought they were cooking with that, because it didn't really match the scene. So anyway, he gets on the horn with the president because things are all cattywampus, and they're starting to fight back, and that's when he gives the title drop. He gives the name drop, title of the movie. He says, "All right, I see no other option other than to initiate the War of the Worlds," about the Planetary Alliance stepping up their counteroffensive against the aliens. Which I guess was a really cool moment where you're supposed to pump your fist. "Yeah, initiate the War of the Worlds." Dave then calls his pops. He lets old man Ice Cube know that he knows more than Ice Cube thinks he does. He's not just a video game playing dweeb. He knows why the aliens are here. They're after something called Goliath, which interestingly is what Disruptor kind of mentioned earlier. We'll get to that in a moment, but there might be a bit of a plot twist coming up if you can connect the very subtle dots. So Dave is talking about, like, Dad, you need to trust me. There's something called Goliath and the aliens are here. But Ice Cube is like, you're a fucking moron, son. Get it through your thick skull. I'm so disappointed in you. You're a gamer. You make me sick. Don't you ever call me again. And then hangs up on him. He just berates him again and then literally hangs up on him. As his daughter is, like, bleeding out and shit, like, he doesn't even care about the safety of Dave. He's just like, can you stop fucking calling me? Stop it. You play games. I don't want to hear from you. And Dave is trying to let him know, like, hey, look, there's something we could do here. Like, I know what's going on. And then it turns out the aliens, as they're getting their shit pushed in by humanity's weapons, they change tactics and start targeting data centers. And they put their tentacles into data centers and they start hyper downloading all of our data, which ends up draining all of our data, which shuts off the military. So they hit the power switch on the military, and then spontaneously every battleship, every plane, every helicopter falls out of the sky or blows up, and now we can't fight the aliens anymore aside from just small arms fire on the ground. Everything else is now shut down because they drained our data centers. And interestingly, it's like they forgot this plot point. I'm getting ahead of myself, but just know this was a crucial moment where they turned the tides, the aliens turned the tides on us by draining all of our sweet data. So the NASA lady was at one of the data centers when this happened, and she noticed these little bugs. Little bugs like to eat data. They consume it. They like data. And what happens is she connects the dots is that they're here for our data. They must eat our data, and they must like all this data we have on all of our citizens and all of the people across the globe. They want our data. And as they continue draining us, they make a mention that all money in the world is gone. Money has been erased. Oil tankers are blowing up. And we've been set back to the Stone Ages. Lights are turning off. The world's gone dark, in their words. It really feels like, I'm not kidding, it feels like this movie was written by a child. Like, everything happens like this, too. Like, the aliens come, and then we shot them with tanks, and they didn't like it. So what they did is they shut down the military. They turned off the military, and then they erased all of our money, and it disrupted the chain of command, and then all the lights turned off, but because of our data. It's so bad. It's so, like, bafflingly bad. I cannot believe a human being wrote this. Like a real sentient person. Like, this could have been written by an alien. Like, it might have been. I don't understand it. Also, Facebook is being deleted. This was a crucial moment. Not only is all money being erased, but websites are being erased. Facebook is getting deleted, and Ice Cube is there on his wife's Facebook page, taking one last look at it as messages are vanishing. He's listening to the audio message again, and then it does the classic cliche as it turns off. And then it vanishes, and then 404s. But it's not every website. YouTube actually still exists because that becomes a crucial plot device here towards the end of the film. But Facebook is gone. So Disruptor goes live on YouTube, and he mentions Goliath. Like, the aliens are here because of Project Goliath. The government knew Project Goliath would summon the aliens because they love data. The government knew that more data would mean aliens will full-scale invade us. And then the big reveal, Ice Cube figures out Disruptor is his son. Who could have seen that coming, huh? That's quality writing right there. It was really subtly planted, but they pulled it off. So his son then tries to convince him that the government is lying to him. The government is, not super trustworthy. And Ice Cube's like, get out of town! What are you talking about? You're fucking stupid. You're like a gamer and shit. I would never trust you. You're a criminal now, actually, too. This is stupid. No, there's no such thing as Goliath. They wouldn't lie to me. They wouldn't lie to me. And his son is just like, look, Dad, listen, I'm going to send you Goliath. Just take a peek. And he's like, okay, buddy, but I already know there's nothing in here that's going to convince me. He even says that verbatim. There's nothing in these files that will convince me that what you did is right. And he opens the files, and the first line is about, like, the Roswell crash, I think it was. It was like an alien crash, and it said like weird weather phenomena, aliens, and data. In one sentence, he goes, "Oh my God, my son was right. The government's been lying to me this whole time." He read a sentence, one sentence, and immediately he's like, "Oh my God, he's absolutely right." And then, of course, he scrubs through the other alien pieces and then learns Project Goliath is a big data collection program, exactly like his son was saying. I don't know why he was so adamant about it being far-fetched conspiracy theory mumbo-jumbo, because his son was just telling him, like, Dad, Goliath is all about collecting our data on a bigger scale. Like, Goliath is, like, really big mass surveillance. And he's like, that's just not possible. I am the mass surveillance, and there's nothing more advanced than what I've got. Like, I don't know why that idea was so, like, incomprehensible to him, because he already has all of that basically at his fingertips. The only difference with Goliath is that it could also read people's thoughts, kind of, like it analyzed their thoughts better. So, like, it was only, like, one step forward where Ice Cube already was, and yet he's like, that's just a conspiracy. Nope, that wouldn't happen. The government wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. We don't do anything like that. They wouldn't do that. It was just so weird. I don't know why I'm harping on that so much. The whole movie fucking sucks. There are so many inconsistencies and so much wrong with it. But that in particular really stood out to me. Anyway, we then learn that Briggs, who is one of his contacts we've seen throughout the film sporadically, is actually the guy who spearheaded Project Goliath and was fully aware that by launching Project Goliath with this mass surveillance, the data collection was so grand in scale that it would summon aliens. Don't know how they knew that. There is no explanation for how they fucking knew that this level of data collection was what would be the beacon to bring all of the aliens to fucking spring break over here to eat it. I don't know how they analyzed that, but they knew that if they launched Project Goliath, it'd be a full-scale invasion. Even Briggs knew and just didn't care. He didn't give a fuck. He said, let them come. We'll beat them on our turf. Which we were until they sucked our data, which, of course, they knew was going to happen because they're drawn to data, yet they're all surprised when they go suck our fucking data. Like, they're on here on our cocks here, literally sucking the life out of our dicks with all this data, and they knew that, yet for some reason did nothing to stop that. Oh my God, it's so fucking dumb. Anyway, Ice Cube confronts him directly. He knows all about Goliath. Briggs says, all right, you're out of line, you're fired. Revokes his access to everything, all of his tools. He can no longer be the big-time hacker. Until 2 seconds later, his son Dave hacks the government and grants his dad full access to everything. And then they team up. And now they're both disruptors. So they come up with a plan to make a rabbit virus that will poison the data that the aliens are eating, thus poisoning and killing the aliens. But they can't do it alone, so Dave brings in his hacker friends, the disruptors, and we meet the other elite hackers, like Code Crusher and Starfire. I shit you not, those are two of their names in the hacker group. It's painful. It really is painful. So they get together, they work on the rabbit virus while they're making the rabbit virus, which, by the way, only takes 2 minutes, but within that 2-minute time span, Ice Cube decides he wants to make a YouTube video, so he hops in Adobe After Effects and he makes a YouTube exposed video on Briggs, releases it on YouTube, exposing Project Goliath and Briggs, and the entire world watched it instantly. He posted it, the whole world watched it, he posted it on the Disruptor YouTube channel. The whole world watched it, and now everyone knows why the aliens are here, and they now hate Briggs. So, he got his revenge, and he revealed the truth to everyone about Project Goliath. And now the rabbit virus is done. Again, all of this basically happening instantaneously. So, the rabbit virus gets uploaded, but it wasn't enough to stop the aliens. All it did was make them mad, so what they did is they hacked the hackers before the hackers could fully hack them. And then they use the IP addresses of the hackers in the Disruptor group, and they go blow up their houses. So we watch Starfire get blown up, and then, God rest his soul, even Code Crusher perishes under the might of the aliens and their fury. So they die. So now they need to come up with a new plan. Dave survives, by the way. Turns out he was actually bouncing his IP address from Ice Cube's house, but really he was at a dude named Brian's house. So after Ice Cube's house gets blown up and Ice Cube thinks his son died, all Ice Cube can do is this and go, damn. But then his son calls him. He's like, no, Dad, I'm actually fine. I was over at Brian's house. I just bounced my IP. So Ice Cube gets the family together for a FaceTime. Mark has gone and stopped the bleeding from Faith's injury, so they're together, they're fine, that whole side quest has been completed. And he gets the family together for a FaceTime call because the NASA lady has just informed them that the little bugs actually have DNA. They are organic cyber hybrid beings. So they can be killed, is the conclusion they reach. And they have a method. Turns out Faith, his daughter, was working on something called the Cannibal Code, which attacks 6 cells in a body. So they decide, let's rewrite the Cannibal Code to attack their cells and kill the aliens, since they're organic too. So they do that immediately. They literally rewrite this code instantly. And it's perfect coding. But there's another problem that arises because the government's decided to bomb the Goliath building, which is the building Ice Cube is in. It was actually underneath his feet the whole time because the government now knows it's going for Goliath. All the aliens are converging on that building to suck Goliath dry of all that precious data. But this is where things get weird. They have bombers bombing aerial vehicles that are about to do this. How? They've already established that none of their air vehicles or air units, any vehicles in the military, work anymore because the aliens sucked our data. But they have these bombers, and they also have drones that Ice Cube and family can access. Yet they had already made a point about how that's not possible because the aliens sucked our fucking data. But they totally forgot and just said, maybe people have already fallen asleep by this point and won't care. But I was awake the whole goddamn time watching this. They totally forgot that a plot point was they can't use these crafts. Because if they could, then it wouldn't matter about the data, because they were beating the fuck out of the aliens using these vehicles, using all of these aircrafts. So if they still have access to aircrafts, who cares if they go towards Goliath? Just blow them the fuck up. That was the whole reason, the whole point of trying to fight back with poisoned code is because we no longer have access to the military because of our sucked data. But now we have bombers that are going to go blow up Ice Cube. Just fucking blow up the aliens if we still have this ability. Oh my god, it actually made me upset. So, anyway, they rewrite the code, but Ice Cube has no way of taking that code and injecting it into Goliath downstairs because they don't allow thumb drives in the secured building. But, and this is where it gets so fucking shameless, but Mark has a thumb drive, and Mark works for Amazon. And you know what else Amazon has? Prime Air. So Mark gives a whole sales pitch about how Prime Air works and how he can give the thumb drive to the drone for Amazon Prime Air and fly it to him just like Amazon Prime does. And I'm not kidding, he gives a sales pitch. And then he takes the Amazon Prime drone and he flies the thumb drive over to Ice Cube. But not without some really intense dogfighting where the aliens are laser beaming at Mark flying the Amazon drone, but it's just too good. It's much more effective than all of the government planes, it seems, because they were just getting blown out of the sky with lasers at one point. Meanwhile, Mark, who is not a fighter pilot, he's something far stronger, an Amazon Prime drone delivery expert. He's dodging all their lasers, he's doing fucking barrel rolls, and then Dave is hacking nearby drones in order to blow up the aliens that are attacking Mark's drone. Again, how is he even able to access drones? That shit shouldn't be working in the first place, what you've already fucking established here. But anyway, Mark's made it to the building, but he hits something on the way in, and his drone flips over, and he can't flip it back. But luckily, they get to see that there is a man taking cover nearby through the camera of the drone. We get to see this. There's a man taking cover nearby, so Ice Cube instructs Faith to hack into the guy's phone and send him a text message asking him to flip over the drone. So she does. She hacks into his phone, sends the text message. The guy checks his phone. He says, "No way, are you kidding me? There's aliens here. I'm going to die if I do that." And then Mark says, bribe him with he didn't use the word bribe. Mark said, offer him $1,000 Amazon gift card. So she does. She sends him a text offering an Amazon Prime gift card for $1,000. And he instantly sprints over there. He reads it, sprints over, he flips the drone up for the bribed $1,000 Amazon gift card. So then Mark continues the mission. He delivers a thumb drive to Ice Cube. He makes it to the Goliath interface. And then he as he's approaching the Goliath interface to plug it in, the tentacles are getting all up in his ass, and he's reaching heroically to plug in the cannibal code, and he does it, but then the feed cuts. But all the aliens start dropping like flies. They've done it. Cannibal code was a great success. The aliens are dead. Our data is still not safe. They still have all of our data, but the aliens are now gone, and they abort the bombing mission, so Ice Cube gets to survive. And then the bad guy, Briggs, gets arrested, and disruptors are now hailed as heroes across the globe. And then there's like a special mention about like how important privacy and data is. So like the government's calling on Ice Cube saying, we thank you for your service. We'd like you to come up with a new surveillance system that takes privacy into account, because we think privacy is important now. And Ice Cube says, no, that's not my style anymore. Now, instead of watching people, I'm going to be watching you. And that's the end. That is Amazon's War of the Worlds. There's a lot that I just omitted, by the way, because it is just so unbelievably uninteresting and just downright insulting to the entire act of making a film that I just didn't even put it into the notepad. There is literally nothing redeeming about this film. The only positive I could almost squeak out here is that it is enjoyably shitty. Like, I do think this would have been a lot of fun to watch with friends because there is so much to laugh at and make fun of. But watching it on my own, sometimes it actually just made me mad. Like, it is crazy how bad this movie is, because it is really just like an ad being shoved down your throat, but in the form of a movie. Like, I do actually think that this is probably the start of where we see advertising go, where they disguise movies as ads. Like, they've already made this huge push for AI-generated ads, like, across the board. I keep seeing that pop up. I think they will also use AI to AI-generate movies that are actually just ads as well. It is just incredibly bad. That's really about it. It is the worst movie I've seen. See ya. I'm sure all of you have noticed, but over the last year or so, I've watched a lot of body cam footage. There is something endlessly interesting about seeing a crazy situation unfolding through the eyes of an officer's nipples. And in general, body cam content has really exploded online, especially on YouTube and TikTok in particular. It's gotten so big, in fact, that now there are channels dedicated to faking them for the sake of making like really outrageous or very inflammatory content that is presented as authentic. So that way, people share it, get upset, and they get tons of money off the AdSense from these completely fraudulent body cam videos, and they have been really, really raking in tons of money.
A month ago, I made a video covering the YouTube channel known as Bodycam Declassified. This channel has blown up over the past few months, making fake body cam arrest videos with inflammatory titles and content that they present as real to get millions of views.
Scott Schaefer made 2 videos covering this topic, specifically Bodycam Declassified, who seems to be the biggest culprit. Their videos go viral, at least were going viral pretty frequently, and people were under the impression that it was all legitimate. So they went viral on multiple different platforms. When I'd stream and I'd watch like a police chase or something where a guy hops in a fucking lawnmower and cranks it to 10 miles per hour for the slowest speed chase you've ever seen on the East Coast, and I would be inundated with requests to check out this catalog of cuckoldry here with these fake body cams from people that were under the impression that they were real, because this channel presents them as such.
Since my initial video on May 29th, Bodycam Declassified has uploaded a total of 10 new bodycam videos, and interestingly enough, 3 of those videos are real bodycam footage videos instead of the normal fake videos they upload. It seems like they are doing this to trick new people into thinking they are a legitimate bodycam channel, but if you spend 15 seconds watching their videos, it's clear by the Darman level acting which ones are actually fake.
It really is Darman level acting. Even from the titles, you can see Darman DNA deeply intertwined with this channel's identity here. They have been fucking spliced like it's CRISPR with Darman integrated into it. Like their most popular video about the black FBI agent and how the officer lives to regret it, that kind of thing. But anyway, Scott Schaefer points out that since him and others were talking about body cam declassified, they tried a new tactic of uploading real body cams that were dropped in the middle of all of their fake ones to hopefully confuse people into thinking that it was real, because if they have these morsels of actual body cams mixed in with their fake ones, people will be more likely to think the fake ones are real by giving them the benefit of the doubt, like, oh, that one was real, so this one is also probably real.
My personal favorite new video they uploaded is titled "Crazy Karen Vandalizes and Shoots Tesla," which includes some of the worst sound effects and gun recoil acting I've ever seen in a video.
I know, the footage is hard to look at. It's too realistic. It's shocking. You can see why so many people were deceived by high-quality forgeries like this. I do really like this one as well. The way that she, like, ugh, as if she's fucking shooting a bazooka at the Tesla here. This is how, like, a child thinks a gun works.
Excuse me, ma'am. What do you think you're doing?
What do you mean?
Well, we've had 3 suspicious calls
Calls for what?
about a suspicious person approaching houses. 3 people in this neighborhood have reported it. You know anything about that?
I surely don't. I'm working.
You're
I'm
working?
now.
And what is it that you're doing? What's your job?
I'm the mail carrier.
You're a government employee. Would you get that costume at Spirit Halloween store? All right, turn around. You're under arrest.
Sir!
Bag off.
To make matters worse, they even come up with a fake backstory that shows up at the end of the video, claiming the black mail carrier was suspended for 6 months without pay.
Now, as Scott mentions, that last video with the crazy Karen going cuckoo and shooting the Tesla is just silly, but most of them are supposed to be really incendiary. So, like, a lot of them are racially charged ones, like this, about a black mail carrier getting arrested just because the color of her skin. And even though the acting is atrocious, obviously, it was good enough for a lot of people to buy into it and get outraged, which generates a lot of money for Body Cam Declassified. So they've done very similar ones like this multiple times, all for the same purpose of rage bait to make money.
A clear example they know they may be doing something wrong is they started to add a disclaimer that says, "This content is a dramatized reenactment. Any similarities to actual persons or event are purely coincidental." This disclaimer has been added to their most viral videos, like the one titled, "Cop Pulls Over Black Judge and Lives to Regret It." When I covered that video last month, there was no disclaimer in the description this was fake, and you can verify that by using the website Wayback Machine to see it was only added recently. They also aren't adding this disclaimer to any of their new fake videos, and seem to have only done this to the videos that went really viral.
Yeah, so the disclaimer was absent when those videos were uploaded and when they were gaining all their steam. It was added after the fact when they had already popped off. Kind of, it seems like, as a way of covering their own ass, because they got so popular and they made so much money off of it that they probably thought that there was a chance they could get in trouble for it, because it is presented as if it's genuine. They go out of their way to try and make these extremely real with no indication that they are reenactments, as they call them. So they probably panicked a little bit thinking that there was some kind of trouble they could find themselves in, some hot water, so they retroactively added that. But as Scott mentions, it's only for those videos when they get to a certain level. Like, their new ones, it's still not there. This video from Scott's about a month old, but their most recent one from a little over a week ago, the HOA Karen, that one also doesn't have a disclaimer in there, despite being a completely fake video too.
Ma'am?
Officer, I am so glad you're here for backup.
I'm sorry, here for
You can
what?
stand back. I am the president of this HOA and I have this perimeter secured.
Okay, can we stand over here in the shade out of the sun so I can find out what is going on here?
Yeah, I am the person that's in control here and this is out of control here.
So you can check the description. It just says crazy HOA gets arrested on body cam, hashtag body cam, hashtag police. And it ends with her being thrown in the back of the patrol car, which does use actual cherries, it seems. Like, it does actually have the lights and is seemingly a pretty convincing cop car. The only dead giveaway that it's not a real cop car is the side says Coral Palms. You can see it right there in the logo, Coral Palms Police. But there is no Coral Palms Police in the real world. That's a reference to Brooklyn Nine-Nine, at least from everything I can see. I can't find a Coral Palms Police. So they probably were very careful to choose a fictitious place and make their own logo in order to avoid, like, the police department coming after them for presenting a fake arrest as real while also parading around and impersonating their police department. That would be my guess. But yeah, there are some of these fake videos where they do everything they can to make it seem very real. It really feels like this channel wants everyone to believe that what they're presenting is not reenactments per se, but legitimate events, because that's what spreads and it makes people upset, so they get a lot of money for it. They're trying to shove that cock down your throat about how real and authentic they are. This is their channel description. Our channel presents authentic body cam footage sourced through official FOIA, Freedom of Information Act requests, as well as reenactments using professional actors to clarify key events. All reenacted content is original, scripted, and exclusive intellectual property of Media 360 LLC, protected under copyright law. Unauthorized use, reproduction, you get the gist here. Literally reads like the warnings you'd get at the beginning of a VHS tape back in the 90s about how you're going to be going to jail when fined up to $250K if you fucking copy this movie somewhere else. They're basically bringing that out as well. We'll get you with the fucking strong fist of justice if you try and use our fake body cams for your own somewhere. We'll find you. But you can see in their description, the first line there is about being authentic body cams. It's not until you expand the full thing where they also mention the reenactments, which again, they're not reenactments, they're skits. You are making skits, but they're trying to find nomenclature to spruce it up a little bit, because saying that you make fake body cam skits is a little pathetic. So they're calling them reenactments of key elements. Key elements of your fucking fan fiction. Like, there's no key elements they're reenacting. They are just making shit up, making up full scenarios. It's basically a theater club thespian troupe exercise here that they film and then post online to try and make people mad by having people think it's real. Anyway, Scott then called the police department in the jurisdiction where they were filming this and was just wondering if it was even legal for them to be presenting these as real officers and real body cams when they're not. And in a lot of these videos, the officers are like actually committing crimes. So he was asking the PR person that he spoke with, is something like this legal? Didn't get like a clear answer or not. I would say it probably is fully legal. Freedom of speech. You are able to make this content. It's just cringe. Which I guess, that is also kind of a crime, being cringe. But as far as legality goes, I imagine it is fully legal for them to do this and try and present it as real. At the end of Scott's video, he then talks directly to the point people were making, saying, who gives a fuck? Cops deserve it anyway. Basically saying, like, there's so many terrible cops out there. This is totally fine. Who cares? And Scott's point was, it doesn't really matter how you feel about police officers. It's the racially charged, fake rage bait videos here that are the issue.
I don't really care if you like cops or not, but making fake rage bait videos designed to foster social and racial tensions, all because you just want to make money on YouTube, is an incredibly evil thing to do. Everyone has some sort of social or racial group they are a part of, and I assume that most people wouldn't want the people they cared about being trashed online with fake videos trying to make them look bad for views on YouTube. What if someone faked a video of a black man doing terrible things to a white person, or even a member of the LGBTQ community doing inappropriate things to a minor?
And again, this isn't the only channel that does it. It is a pretty popular branch of content now to make fake body cams that are really incendiary, so that way they will spread and the creator of those body cams can make quite a bit of money off it. It really is very Darman-esque how Darman came and gave the internet the curse of Darman type videos where it's about like, don't judge a book by its cover, be nice to your friends, that kind of thing. And now there's hundreds of channels that are making full careers, making an entire business out of that genre of content. This is kind of the same thing, but for a currently smaller niche, which is body cams. So just an interesting topic I felt like talking about today because it is still pretty common to see a lot of fake body cams floating around and people thinking they're real. That's really about it. So yeah. It should be painfully obvious to anyone that's been following all of this that it is clear the government thinks that you are an idiot. They think you are a drooling, stupid Cro-Magnon that will just happily swallow anything they put into your mouth and not think anything more of it, so they don't even need to try when it comes to the cover-up of the Jeffrey Epstein case. There is now a desperate push from Trump and a lot of paid shills to convince the public that the Jeffrey Epstein thing is no big deal and that it's all now a hoax. It has now been officially labeled by Trump and people on the payroll here as a hoax. And they are legitimately laughing at you and actually giggling. They cannot help but have like an actual Santa Claus ho 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 belly laugh at this play here, this fucking play that John Madden's playbook wouldn't even have in it, about how they're just going to tell you that all of it's not real a week ago, and now they're telling you it is real, but it's actually like a big fake hoax from Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the Democrats. And for some people, that's enough. He hit the big buzzwords, so it must be true. So now a lot of people are running with that, like, we gotta move on from this Epstein thing, it's all fraudulent. He said so. Even though Trump literally campaigned as one of his promises to deliver this Epstein information, the client list. Now he is calling it a hoax. Now I want to mention something up top here that I'm very curious to see how it plays out. Yesterday I covered the amendment that was put forth that got fucking smacked down at the Royal Rumble, where there was an amendment put forth that would try and force the DOJ to release the Epstein client list and all that shit. And it got voted against unanimously by the Republicans voting to block it. Democrats voted unanimously to not have it be blocked, so that way they could at least have a debate about the Epstein files and the handling of it. It didn't go to the next step. It got stopped there, and there was a lot of like citing of confusion and how like, well, actually no, that's not what the vote was for because it was attached to the Genius Act, which is a different cryptocurrency legislation, so they were voting to not do that, and then this was slapped on top of it, so they had to vote no or else it'd give the floor to the Democrats or something, but ultimately the end result was the same. It got blocked. Well, today there's a new proposal that's getting put forth that is aiming to do something similar in a different way that has support from all the Democrats and 7 Republicans as of now, but apparently even more will be co-signing it, about releasing the Jeffrey Epstein client list and that kind of shit. So I'm very curious to see how that unfolds. I'll go ahead and play you a little bit here where they interviewed.
And tomorrow. And this is to force, this is a discharge petition, right? It's going to force this bill onto the floor of the House. And then what does it say?
So it's both the discharge petition and the bill. It's the discharge petition is to force it on the House. The way it works is Thomas Massey and I introduced it yesterday. It takes 7 legislative days before you can actually go through the discharge petition. We're likely going to be in August recess. So the reality is it probably will come up for a vote after the August recess. And the bill says to release all evidence for the Epstein file, but it makes it clear that does not include any of the victim information. It does not include any child pornography. It gives the DOJ the ability to protect the victims, but to release all the other evidence and files.
So here.
Now, I'm not the most knowledgeable person. I'm a fucking Neanderthal when it comes to most things, but from the sound of things here, it seems like this is a step in the right direction to maybe finally getting justice for the victims here of Epstein and all of his clients, instead of what's currently happening where the current administration is just trying to bury it and being very clear that they're not even fucking pursuing any kind of action against all of the people they have all this evidence on and not releasing any of the client list information. This seems like it's trying to force that to come forward and maybe eventually, hopefully, get those criminals thrown in jail for all of the crimes they've committed. I guess we'll see how it all shakes down, but I wanted to mention this up top because it seems like it is finally getting to a point where there is some kind of legislation being drafted to try and push this issue more forward. Now, let's talk about how Trump continues to handle this. He is like full-blown melting down about the whole thing and fully lashing out at his own base now. He is attacking even his most adamant supporters over the Epstein case. He's even saying with his whole floppy chest that you are a bad person if you care about the Epstein stuff, saying that it's boring and nobody should care, even criticizing his own base, calling out his most loyal MAGA supporters, all the enthusiasts, calling them weaklings if they care about this and how they're falling for a big scam, hook, line, and sinker into a Democrat galaxy brain chess maneuver here. And actually, like, I wasn't exaggerating, they are literally laughing about it.
It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say, let them have it.
So there you hear it. Now, to some of you, the copium's going to set in. You're going to say, hey, he said the credible information, we can release it. We should release it, and we'll talk about that. But they also say in the same interview, we already released the credible information.
And the credible information's been given.
So if it's already been given, they're not going to give you more stuff.
Coffeezilla recently just covered this section here beautifully. I'm just going to show you a couple of clips here from it where that guy next to Trump actually couldn't contain his laughter. He was howling like someone went over there and started tickling him because of Trump's statement here about Epstein. Calling people bad people if they care about this. Literally one of the biggest pedophiles in history. Now all of a sudden, it's boring, nobody should care, and actually, you're a weakling, coward, weirdo, loser, bad person if you do care. So he's trying to get people to, like, attack others who give a shit about this, which is crazy. Because imagine being this brain-dead fucking bumbling homunculi on Twitter that is now attacking people that are calling attention to this. When, keep in mind, Trump himself actually had a crucial component of his campaign talk about the Epstein client list and all of that information and how he was going to be so transparent and release it to the public because of how important it is. Not just Trump, other people in the administration as well made the same promises that are now flip-flopping on it. This is pure concentrated lunacy. It is unhinged. And I cannot believe that he is just saying this. Like, not even like tiptoeing around it. He is just full-on saying it. Fucking wet spot in his goddamn diaper here. Just saying it in front of the cameras multiple times now. Like, this is an element you won't find on the periodic table, the element of surprise, because I am shocked by this and how people are actually okay with the statement. He is saying that you are a piece of shit if you are trying to get answers about the biggest child predator of all time and all of the evil associates that are getting away with the unthinkable crimes they committed. There have still been no arrest or anything even close to it, and he is now calling even people in his most tight-knit groups of enthusiasts that sing his praises and suck farts out of his butt all fucking day, calling them weaklings if they care about this. It's unbelievable. Oh, also, there's a little interesting tidbit of lore about the guy who was laughing next to Trump.
The guy next to Trump looking on and laughing as Trump says this is a big nothing burger. The only people who would deal in this kind of talk are fake news. That is Epstein's neighbor. That is Howard Lutnick, who has a house that was next to Epstein's place. You can see him laughing here.
Isn't that fascinating? If this was a TV show, people would criticize this for bad writing, being like too in your face. I mean this legitimately. The government thinks you are a fucking imbecile. They think you are a buffoon that can't think for themselves at all, can't rationally, sensibly think about anything, so they can just piss in your face and tell you it's raining, and you'll smile about it and nod and say, thanks, you're right. I mean, and I guess they're actually kind of right here because there are so many people that are just buying into this and moving on from it.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen of that?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And
does he just actually think everyone in this country is Drew Barrymore from 50 First Dates that just forgets everything after a few seconds? Goober, you literally made the promise multiple times that you would release the Epstein information and all of that shit. People around you made the same promises, and now it's just crickets and just falling in line with your delusional attempt here to convince people that it's all some kind of hoax. Nobody is buying that. Nobody that's not on payroll, that is buying that. It is absurd. If this was constructed by the Democrats surely they would have used it as a weapon against you for the last 4 fucking years that you just mentioned. They would have definitely dropped this information as a means of attacking you. Literally anybody could tell you the same thing. The immediate question that gets raised in people's heads when you keep spreading this stupid fucking lie about it being some kind of engineered hoax is, well, why are you just now saying that when you campaigned on releasing this information? It was a part of your campaign, if it's all just a big hoax. And not even just part of the, like, in his first couple months in the office, he also made a big song and dance about the Epstein files and how they're coming. He even had fucking the file folders distributed to a bunch of fucking drones, a bunch of androids that were parading it around and taking prom pictures with the Epstein files phase 1, who also are now being called weaklings by Trump because they cared about the Epstein files. So he is actually calling those people that he gave those files to fucking weaklings, and says, he did say he doesn't want that kind of support anymore for anyone that cares about Epstein. So he is actually also calling those people weaklings as well. Not that I think they give a shit. They probably enjoy the humiliation here from him. I have no idea. But, like, it's crazy because he has also made a big deal of it, and now all of a sudden, it's nothing. No one cares about it. It's all just a big act. It's a hoax, actually. None of it's real. It's all fraudulent from the fucking Democrats or something.
It's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats. And some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work. It's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements we've had.
He's not being shy about it. Like, he's not being timid. He's not over here, like, under his breath saying these things. He is actually just full-blown multiple times saying how stupid people are if they care about Epstein case and all of the evil people that have gotten away with it that are actively being covered for by this administration. Also, the previous administration as well. Anyone that's ever cared about the Epstein case apparently is stupid in Trump's eyes and has been deceived by an elaborate Democrat hoax, which they never actually used for some fucking reason. I guess, because that makes sense. It's demented. He has latched onto this titty hard and is trying to suck all the milk it can possibly get from this narrative that nobody is believing. No real people, that is. He is so desperately on his hands and knees, crawling, groveling, begging people to move on from it, trying to even give it like a title. Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And then again calling out his supporters, saying that they bought into the bullshit and that they haven't learned their lesson, never will. And it's just crazy. Like, he is actually even attacking his own base now. He says, let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think of talking of our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want their support anymore. You can literally hear him crossing his arms in that statement. Well, I don't want their support anymore anyway. Like a child mad at their parents because they didn't get a cookie after dinner or something. It's so pathetic. I really don't understand how just a normal person could see all of this and still just write it off as no big deal and be supportive of the way he is handling this shit and the administration, the way they're handling it. It's incomprehensible to me. Now, I understand people who are pretending to be okay with it because they're getting some doubloons under the table for it, no doubt. But this, like, any sensible person would see this and immediately smell the shit. It's just so fucking nuts how blatant this is. And it's, I just can't help but keep talking about it. I can't stop yapping about it. It is unreal. So anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I don't know what you're going through right now, but I can tell you, whatever it is, I'm about to fix it. Well, I'm going to introduce you to the person that can fix it. A being more powerful than Goku. Her name is Kathy, and she has a sacred technique that she is using to heal every ailment under the sun.
I want to pray for those of you that have headaches right now. One of the keys to getting released from headaches is there could be a witchcraft band or a mind-binding demon squeezing or piercing your head. So in the name of Jesus, I speak to any witchcraft band on you, and I command it to break, snap off, and not come back in the name of Jesus.
You're welcome. That migraine is gone, and it's saying toodaloo forever. It's not coming back, because Kathy has demanded it not come back. And as you well know, Kathy is the boogeyman to headaches. They don't want any kind of trouble around these parts. They don't want beef with the big old Kathy on the block. I also really like her explanation. I was unaware of the root cause of headaches sometimes being witchcraft bands and headache demons. I didn't know that, but luckily we've got the tools to fight back against them. They're using underhanded tactics here. They're playing dirty, but luckily Kathy's shining some light on it.
I speak to every mind-binding demon and I command it to go, leave now, in the name of Jesus. I call forth your serotonin levels to be normal in the name of Jesus.
Serotonin is rising. It's been equalized. Holy. I feel great now. And I can already imagine that mind-bending demon, the fucking mind flayer. He just put his hands in his pockets and he kicked some sand. He said, all right, fine. As he marched home all angry after Kathy told him to. Grabbed him by the ear and dragged him back to hell. So this is a classic scam. You've all seen this exact same thing a million times before, but hers had me giggling really hard. She's doing all of this to sell books. She is selling her healing books, and her marketing is by dropping these little tiddlywinks, these morsels of healing to very desperate people that are looking for any way of finding relief, and she's preying upon them to try and financially exploit them to buy her book to receive additional healing, and she is pretending to channel the power of God to do it. I always find this to be extraordinarily tasteless. It is downright blasphemous, and yet it is an extremely common thing, and I find it disgusting. But I also find it extremely humorous the way that Kathy goes about it. This shit actually had me laughing.
For normal nerve, blood, and oxygen flow in the name of Jesus Christ, I command your mind and your brain to be healed. No neurological deficiencies in the name of Jesus Christ.
What the fuck is the opposite of an exorcism? A blestercism or something? Because that just put the spirit in me right there. Healed everything, grew my IQ by a few points. I'm probably a little bit taller now if I had to guess. I think Kathy slid that one in there a little bit special for me, but it's okay if anyone else watching this also got the height benefits. That is some strong stuff right there.
I speak to stress and anxiety, get out, and I speak to pressure and tension headaches, and I command you to leave now in the name of Jesus. Friends, sometimes we don't get rid of that headache because there's specific things that need to be prayed and targeted, like the nerves, our oxygen. We need to speak to that serotonin levels.
She wasn't speaking to it. Don't let those kind words fool you. What Kathy did was astral project into your head and actually fight the stress, the anxiety, and the serotonin all at once. It was a gangbang in there, but she's been trained by Dale from Detroit Urban Survival Training, so she was fucking working all of it in there and healed us all effortlessly. That was masterfully done, Kathy.
One of the reasons we get headaches is we're not drinking enough water. We're dehydrated. I want you to get these tips and the declarations that I've written for headaches in my book, Healed at Last. It has over 500 prayer declarations. You don't want to put up with headaches. That's not God's best. And so take authority over it and expect it to leave. Receive the healing atonement Jesus purchased for you. Grab a copy of Healed at Last wherever you purchase your favorite book.
And there it is, the call to action to go spend your clams purchasing her book. I do also appreciate that she slid that statement in there about also maybe drinking water might help your headaches as a selling point. These crazy, wacky secrets science doesn't want you to know about headaches can be found in my book, as well as 500 declarations. It's what God wants for you. He doesn't want you to have headaches. He wants you to buy my book and get rid of those headaches. and also find these really interesting, very unknown tips like drinking water.
I want to pray for those of you that have kidney issues right now. In the name of Jesus, I command those kidney stones to dissolve. I smash them in the name of Jesus Christ. I command them to crush and to pass in the name of Jesus without pain. I speak and decree that your kidneys function properly right now and that they're being recreative and creative miracles are going throughout your body in the name of Jesus.
She has these for literally every ailment and disease you can think of, from cancer to kidney stones to shoulder pain, you name it, everything she has these for.
I remember a time that my husband had a kidney stone. I decreed, I warned. Now, I had to do it longer than that, but he didn't have to go and get medical treatment. You can have that same kind of healing, that same kind of faith. And my new book, Healed at Last, is full of those precise prayers that you can manifest.
She's told that story a couple times from what I've seen, and I like to just picture how that might have went down. Like her husband doubled over in pain, fucking wailing like, "Please, Kathy, drive me to the hospital. I'm begging." And she's like, no, I'm speaking directly to the kidney stones. You will get smashed. Like she's using cursed speech like from Jujutsu Kaisen. "The kidney stones will be smashed and you will pass them fucking painlessly. The kidney stones are vanquished. I expel your kidney stones." As her husband is like fucking passing out from the pain. It's just, that must have been quite the experience.
I want to pray for you, those of you that have shoulder issues right now, rotor cuff issues, labrum tendons, muscles, ligaments, whatever the issue is. Friends, for a year and a half, I couldn't bend my arms and put them behind my back. And I just kept praying and the Lord divinely healed me.
Now, interestingly enough, she didn't prove that she can put her hands behind her back now. So I have to question how limber she's actually become. But this one spoke directly to me because I've been having shoulder pain for a little while now. And it's been real stubborn. But, you know, after hearing her to kind of speak directly to it, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm feeling a little more loose up in here. I'm feeling like I can do some of this, maybe a little of that. Lord help us, maybe a little of this. All of that made possible thanks to the precise, targeted declarations from Kathy in her book, which is a very affordable book. Did you know that?
I wrote some declarations in my book, Healed at Last, so you can get your shoulders healed. You can also get the audio book that'll pray over you, or pick up the paperback copy and pray them every day. I command ligaments, muscles, and tendons to strengthen, be normal size and strength. I call forth a creative miracle in your rotator cuff. Be healed now in the name of Jesus. Jesus told me that a long time ago. He said, "Kathy, just say, be healed in Jesus' name."
I'm going to go ahead and put the sarcasm on the bench here for just a moment, sidelining it to just make a mention of something that she did there that I take a huge issue with. She did a big no-no. She said that Jesus told her how to heal. That is so fucking blasphemous. It is unreal that she's just saying it with her whole chest here as a way of marketing her book. And it's not exclusive to just her. There are plenty of scammers just like her that say the same thing about how the Lord has talked to them and informed them on how to heal people. All it takes is some of their money. Because that's what Jesus would want, right? Jesus would give you the means of healing people, giving you the sentence that apparently heals everything, to monetize it. It's craziness. I cannot believe people let that slide so often. And there are plenty of people that buy into it. Kathy herself has an audience that is loyal to her, that really does hook, line, and sinker buy into this dog shit. They actually believe her when she says that Jesus talked to her, told her how to heal people, and now she's monetizing it.
So I speak to your shoulders and I say, be healed in the name of Jesus. I instruct inflammation to get out of your body now in the name of Jesus. I speak to a spirit of arthritis and I command it to leave. I say there will be no generational arthritis, no generational inflammation, and I call forth your DNA to recreate without inflammation and arthritis in Jesus' name.
The spirit of arthritis. My God, arthritis has a spirit? It's become more powerful than I could have ever imagined. Holy Toledo. Jiminy Christmas. And also, I do have to say, I've only heard, maybe like 10 or 15 of her declarations, but they're all really, really similar. I don't think they're as specific as she likes to lead people to believe they are. It sounds like it's the same template. I command blank ailment to get out in Jesus' name. That's kind of all she says for every single thing. You just swap the blank with whatever you're talking about. This one is shoulder pain. Last one was headaches. I have to wonder if her whole book is just 500 pages of that. I command blank to get out. I expel blank to leave in Jesus' name. Be gone. Like, that's it. That's pretty lazy, not even really trying. It's just the same blanket statement for every single thing. Wow. Did you hear that thunder? That actually just shook the whole house. Oh my god, maybe I should not be questioning the divine powers of Kathy. Holy shit. There was a storm going on when I started covering this, and the timing on that thunder cannot be a coincidence. Perhaps that is a signal to maybe start wrapping it up. But I want to show you how she finishes the shoulder pain incantation here. I think it's very important, so that way all our shoulder pain can be healed.
I direct and call forth your arms to grow out, be even length in the name of Jesus. I declare you have full mobility and flexibility in Jesus' name. I order all pain and inflammation in movements to leave your body now. Pain, get out. Hear the word of the Lord. By Christ's stripes, my friends are healed. I pronounce your muscle memory no longer remembers pain, injury, trauma, or accidents.
You're welcome. For anyone out there that was struggling with some shoulder pain, no doubt it has done a huge 180 and is back to normal and in tip-top shape. That's really about it. I don't want any more rogue lightning strikes and crazy thunder shakes, so I'm going to go ahead and I'll call it there for now. That's really about it. See ya. I'm not exactly a huge fan of the recent Jurassic World movies. That's not a surprise for anyone to hear. I've talked about it before. But I am happy to report that with the new Jurassic World movie, Rebirth, the tradition has been kept alive of me falling asleep during these films. I dozed off for a handful of minutes during their third rodeo trying to gather some blood from a dino. It was the final one they were getting the blood of. So, let's just get into it. I think it's stinky. I think there's so little to like about the movie. The question on everyone's mind, though, is it worse than Dominion? No, it is a little better than Dominion. Is that a compliment? Not exactly. Again, this is like saying poop is better than shit. It is better than Dominion, so if that's all you want, then maybe you'll be pleased with the film in that respect. I don't know. Basically, the movie is two films. You have a really very predictable plot of these mercenaries are contacted by Big Corpo to go on this mission to dangerous Dino Island that's prohibited for travel. Human beings aren't allowed to set foot there. It's too dangerous. They need to go there to gather blood from 3 really big dinosaurs because they have big hearts, and gathering blood from them can lead to a big cure to cardiovascular diseases and stuff like that. Very simple. So you get a ragtag team of mercenaries together. They're wisecracking and they're badass and going to a dinosaur island to shoot syringes in dinosaurs, and that's that. That's fine. That doesn't bother me at all. But what does bother me is that the other half of this film is you follow a family who takes a vacation to Dinosaur Island, basically. And that becomes the focal point of the film. That family, this boring family, is what you follow start to finish. And it's not like you even get like character arcs, like with this family dynamic. You get actually nothing. You don't get morsels of anything. You get like actually that's all you get with this film. So the family, they were going on a little adventure on their boat through dinosaur territory for some reason. I don't know why. Naturally, they ran into a dinosaur and they're shocked by it and then got rescued by this mercenary team. So now they're field tripping with them to the dinosaur island, and now they're all trying to survive there. It sucks. Let's get into spoilers. I really want to talk about it in depth. So here's your spoiler warning. Spoiler warning. Alright, now it's over. Let's start with my biggest problem here, which is how uninteresting it is watching this family just go through the jungle and do nothing, like, and lightly jog away from dinosaurs sometimes. The characters there aren't even interesting. They're just so flat. The closest thing you have to a character that develops is the daughter's boyfriend is a huge douchebag. They established that early on, like he's really lazy. He's like, "Oh, Pops, I'm tired. Can you just handle the wheel?" He's like, "No, but I've been up like all night. You know, I really would like you to kind of take the helm for a minute while I go to sleep." He's like, "No, you got it, right? you fucking got it. Let me go touch on those nipples or something. Yeah, I'm real weird and I'm douchey." And that's that character. That's all he is. And the dad doesn't respect him, doesn't understand what his daughter sees in him. Then they end up on Dino Island, and he does like one thing where he like puts himself in danger to try and save the daughter, and then goes right back to just being a douchebag. And the dad's like, "I respect you for what you did," and he's like, "I'm gonna go take a piss." And then nothing even happens like with that character. He just stays a douchebag the whole time, and none of the family is ever in any actual danger. Like, it feels like they're playing with God mode on, like they have cheats enabled. They are never actually in danger, and every fucking scene where they try and like set up tension with dinosaurs is so lackluster. It's such a wet fart of tension, because it always is just, they're like scrambling slowly to get away from a dinosaur, and the dinosaur inexplicably like starts entering 0.5 speed, so it's like kind of moving like this, and then it'll like chomp at them a little bit and always miss by quite a bit. Like, it's not even really trying, and it just doesn't compute. It's so silly because it doesn't build tension when you know these characters aren't actually in danger, because these dinosaurs are fucking lobotomized, and they're not even dinosaurs. They're basically just like these weird amalgamations of like dinosaur DNA and like mumbo jumbo mythical beasts. So you have like these pseudo dinosaurs that are like the threats, and they're just terrible at eating people. Like, they're actually awful at hunting. It's a miracle that they're even surviving on their own on this island, because they can't even hunt like a child that doesn't even know that the dinosaur is there. It's stupid, man. Like, it's not tense. The dinosaur designs, I think, are cool. Like, if I was to give a compliment to the movie, I actually think they crushed the dinosaur designs. Like, they have this xenomorph dinosaur, which I think is a big improvement over the Jokersaurus Rex from the previous film. If anyone remembers that, the director came out and said that this new dinosaur is a lot like the Joker. It just wants to watch the world burn. Cringeest shit ever. In here, they have a xenomorph dinosaur, and I shit you not, he himself, like, the man behind the dinosaur came forward and even said it's inspired by xenomorphs. And it's a cool design, but it's also, like, the world's most inefficient dinosaur ever. It can't move at a top speed faster than your geriatric grandfather, and it also is just really bad at, like, catching things or doing things. Like, it's honestly just kind of sad. Like, when, like, it doesn't show up until like the last 10 minutes, so it doesn't have a whole lot to do in the first place, but when it's there, I just kind of felt bad for it. Yeah, I really did, because it can't do fucking anything at all. I don't know how it hasn't starved. Maybe there's some kind of modification in its DNA where it photosynthesizes sunbeams or some shit, because it is not a good hunter. It is terrible. It is terrible. Even though the design is like actually really cool, like it does look like a scary dinosaur design. It's not even a dinosaur, like I said, it's more like a fucking mutant creature thing. But even though it's very cool, it's not intimidating, if that makes sense. Like, they make the dinosaur kind of a joke. So there's supposed to be a hero sacrifice at the end where Scarlett Johansson's best friend, one of the other mercenaries, the only other mercenary that gets even the slightest semblance of fleshing out or anything about the character established, he is about to sacrifice himself to save the family because they notice that this dinosaur really likes light. He is drawn to light, like moths to a flame. So he lights a flare and starts running in the opposite direction to lure the dinosaur away from everyone else who's getting on a boat. Dinosaur obviously follows him. Dinosaur is basically moving through molasses because it is abominably slow. And he is now cornered. He is trapped. There is nowhere for him to go. He is face to face with this monster, this killing machine. And you expect that he dies there. The dinosaur leaves. You don't see him have an on-screen death or anything. The dinosaur leaves and starts going towards the boat again. Very, 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 very slowly. So it's not actually a threat or anything. And then they're just, all really sad because they think he just gave his life for theirs. But then he shoots a flare and it turns out all he did was just kind of swim away a little bit. Not even that far, he just swam away. So the fucking dinosaur couldn't even kill one guy who had no weapons, completely defenseless, had fully accepted his fate of death, nowhere to go, still couldn't even kill that guy. Like, it's not like he put up a fight or anything. He didn't just start, throwing up some hands up here and fucking boxing with him and scared him or anything. He is completely unharmed, unscathed. It just gently swam away a little bit. So then they pick him up and he's totally fine. And then it's, happily ever after. The dinosaur is fucking worthless. That thing is pathetic. Overall, it is just so boring following this family for the vast majority of this film. Like, they don't even, grow as a family or anything. They just, sleepwalk their way through the island and end up on the boat with the mercenaries, and the day is saved. And let's talk about the mercenaries, because I think that had potential to be cool, but it's not. So, Scarlett Johansson, she was on autopilot in this film. There is not even a modicum of effort that comes across on screen, and I can't blame her. She's working with, the weakest script ever. I understand why she wouldn't try very hard here, but my god, it is lazy and lackluster. But she's supposed to be, this crack shot. She is the one that the corpo suit approaches to, hire for this job, and then she assembles the team, and she's the leader of the team. And immediately when it's her turn to get this DNA from the dinosaurs, they're going after the water one first. And it's this giant water monster that very conveniently shows itself above the water for a long period of time. And then it splashes some water at her. And then she immediately misfires because water got splashed. So she immediately misfires and the dart is way off course. So now they have to resort to a backup dart, which they do have some spares. But it off rip, her very first demonstration of how elite she is, she fucking flops. She immediately fails in what is kind of a trivial situation. You would expect a dinosaur to be splashing water, a giant dinosaur. That's something she should have expected. But she fucking freaks out and shoots it. And then it falls into what I just mentioned with the family thing where she's a bigger wave comes after it does a fucking backflip or whatever. And then it knocks her off balance. So she's hanging off the boat and the dinosaur's trying to chomp at her and missing somehow. And then she regains her footing and then shoots it because luckily the dinosaur for some reason has just stayed above the water this entire time instead of diving down like it has many times in the past. And then after she gets the blood, then it dives down and the all's really good. Nothing but sunshine from there. Very beautiful timing, honestly. It's the dinosaur just wanted its blood taken. It was hoping to get the results. Oh man, and without even talking about the mercenary and family plotline, which again feels like two very conflicting movies that they just really terribly slammed together. Even outside of that, what they set up here sucks. The very start of this movie I thought was embarrassing, laughable. So, this island was once a laboratory where they were, crossbreeding dinosaurs to try and make designer dinosaurs to entertain guests because people were getting bored of the same tired old dinosaurs. So they were theory crafting and using some wacky science to basically make Fortnite skin dinosaurs, making all kinds of zany creatures. And then, unfortunately, one of the scientists was eating a snack, a candy bar, and the candy bar wrapper fell to the floor without him noticing, and as he was going through the safety protocol and going into one of the facilities with the xenomorph dinosaur, the candy wrapper got sucked up into the door and blew it up. So the candy wrapper gets sucked into this door, which prevents it from closing, which then triggers the entire security system to reboot, which for some reason triggers the entire security system to just unleash all of the things in containment, and then everyone dies, and now this island is infested with all of these mutant dinosaurs. What the fuck kind of system is that? Who designed that system where a door having a problem ends up releasing every security parameter all at once? What? My god, that laboratory deserved to go up in flames. If it wasn't a candy wrapper that did them in, they probably would have left the fucking gas stove on and caused a fucking explosion or something. It's crazy. How is that the plot to how these dinosaurs took over this island? That is mind-bogglingly bad. I really didn't like pretty much anything about this movie. I'm sorry to say. I haven't seen too much of the response to this film from others. I don't know if I'm on big hot take mode with this, but I thought it sucked. I thought there was maybe a couple of decent scenes where the dinosaurs like were somewhat intimidating. It was mainly when the dinosaurs were interacting with each other as opposed to the humans, because once the humans were there, it just felt like you were on like a fucking Universal theme park ride or something. Like, there's just, I don't know, I didn't like it. It also felt like no one was even trying. The mercenaries, they're supposed to be like these really tight-knit friends, and they establish like, oh, we're really close. So like Scarlett Johansson's character Zora, she's the leader, and she's like talking to the others, and they're like real good pals. Two of them die in like their first encounter with that water dinosaur, and she doesn't give a fuck. She couldn't care less. She's just like, alright, so they're gone, let's move on. Who cares? What? Big whoop. You want to fight about it? Meanwhile, the other mercenary, who's like kind of another main character, he's like, wow, these were my friends and now they're gone. And like he at least somewhat gets emotional. Scarlett Johansson, it's like she didn't even know him. They were complete strangers. It was like a mosquito got killed or something. That's how little she gave a shit. It's just, it really feels like this movie had no reason to even get made other than they knew Jurassic World slapped on anything would make money. So they just shipped out the easiest to produce, by the numbers, boring, uninspired dinosaur movie you could possibly envision. It also borrows blatantly from some good Jurassic Park moments and does them worse in this movie. Like, there are some recognizable scenes you will see that they emulate here to a much worse degree. There's just really nothing in this movie I thought that it did a great job with, especially when you compare it to, like, good Jurassic Park, which I guess maybe is just not fair to do anymore with the state of how this franchise is. But I just can't help but to. And, like, even in the confines of this own movie, on its own two legs, it doesn't even follow through with some of the shit it itself seems to have wanted to get to. Like, I already mentioned the boyfriend. The boyfriend is a character that, like, they kind of just forgot about towards the end, because they were building up like he's trying to earn the father's respect. By the end, all they did is have him talk less, so you, as the viewer, stop getting as annoyed with him. Like, that was the character arc. He learned to shut the fuck up. Like, they set this up as like, oh, okay, this character's going to evolve into maybe more of like a hero character who cares about this family a lot, and the dad's going to respect him by the end. But then you get to the end of the movie, that doesn't happen. All that happens is the boyfriend, he forgets words, and the dad forgets he's there. The end of how that story element plays out. Like, it doesn't go anywhere. Like, I guess it's kind of implied the dad respects him a little more because the boyfriend survived and did try and help the daughter and the family. The point is, the movie doesn't even really follow through on a lot of these characters and their development or anything in general. Like, I just don't like the movie. I'll stop yapping about it. I didn't come in here with high expectations, but somehow I found myself even more uninterested than I expected to be, and even less satisfied with the 2 hours I spent there than I expected I would be. And that's really about it. So yeah. Today we're taking a look at a Diet Darman channel, which is something we haven't done in many, many moons. It has been years since the last time I even mentioned Darman and his cinematic universe. I don't know what's going on over there. Probably has already introduced the multiverse to it by now. Maybe he's got some new content up there like Man Makes Music, What Happens Next Will Shock You, and it's like the story of Charles Manson, except the lore's been retconned or something. I couldn't tell you. I haven't tuned in a while, but I did just learn that one of his clone channels, Samir Bhavnani, made a really interesting sponsored video. I learned about this from another YouTuber named August the Duck, and it is so silly. I just have to talk about it and show you.
Coach Conchi, that was an intense practice. You're gonna cry when I stick that full twist dismount.
I don't cry, Lena.
Maybe I'll finally make you.
Now the title indicates that it's fully VO3 generated, which would lead you to believe that the whole thing is AI, but it's not. That claim is a load of dirty barnacles. Since it is a sponsored video, the whole thing is just to promote one really wacky item you're about to see. They clearly needed to have the item present, so they did have human beings, flesh, blood, and cringe here showing it off, and you can clearly see these are people acting. If you can call it acting. Now, I'm not going to get on my high horse as the star of the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1, but the point is, it's not all AI generative. It is so unhinged. It's amazing. Samir Bhavnani is like if Darman got a lobotomy and just continued to make the same content. It is like Darman videos through the eyes of someone unhinged. Like, this would be like if for Cheeky. Like, imagine for Cheeky, we made like a whole short film about like a guy who's so stinky that everyone around him dies until an angel comes down from the heaven to bless him with a bar of Cheeky soap. And not only does it clean him off, but it revives everyone who perished under his thumb of stink. Like, that kind of slaps. That goes ballistic. Also, Cheeky is having a huge 4th of July sale right now, so go to usecheeky.com and get yourself the best soap in the universe.
You okay?
Sore here, stiff there, the usual. I think my joints are starting to retire before I do.
You should try this. I've been drinking it for a week. It's hydrogen-rich water. H2Juensen hydrogen water bottle.
Isn't that just fancy water?
No, it's legit, Coach.
No, Coach, this is the real deal here. Check out this paper that has an alien UFO with the H2UN shin abducting it. That's why aliens come to Earth, to steal our H2UN shin. So the product itself was that classic snake oil of the hydrogen-infused water. I've seen a few of these pop up. Most of the time just drop-shipped Alibaba products. And it's all just mumbo-jumbo meant to prey upon the dumbest Neanderthals this planet has to offer. Who the fuck could hear hydrogen-infused water and think that it's something good? Water is already hydrogen. Adding extra hydrogen to it is not going to do much for you. There's no evidence to suggest it does. It's all just pseudoscience gobbledygook that some absolute brain-dead moron might hear and be like, wow, that is a game changer. I never thought to add hydrogen to water. That's like the whole pitch behind it, basically. If you have a fart deficiency, make sure you get the H2UN shin to fix it right up. It can work on anything, any ailment. There's no conclusive evidence to support the claims that it's like any better for you than just normal water. Even in the comment section, he had to pin something letting people know it's not like actually a substitute for anything. It just has some purported benefits, which is like me saying me putting my dick in your throat has some medical benefits as well. Like, it's just bogus claims. So it is an entire video all about the H2UN shin being this panacea that can cure anything. Stiff joints, broken bones, broken hearts, you name it, in the H2UN shin, its miracle water, hydrogen-infused formulation here will fix you right up. It's like a fucking phoenix down from Final Fantasy. It'll bring you back to life if your heart stops.
And it's totally clean. It's got amazing recovery benefits. I'm way less sore, I sleep deeper, and my skin's like totally glowing. You can't tell me this isn't peak radiance.
Okay, I'll admit it. It does look like you just walked out of a skincare ad.
But I'm serious. My legs used to be sore for like 2 days after vault. Now, nothing.
I love that claim that the water is totally clean. I'd fucking hope so. I kind of go into water drinking with the expectation that it is clean, considering that it's bottled water. I mean, but now you put a seed of doubt in my head when it comes to the H2UN shin. Like, is it just sludge? You serving me fucking swamp water and tar or something? Why did you need to specify that it's clean? I had a feeling it would be. Does the hydrogen infusion process result in radiation and waste infiltrating the water? Now I'm doubtful. Her sales pitch goes on for like a full minute, and then the coach goes to her car in order to look at the brochure with the fucking galactic travelers and the H2UN shin, and then eventually decides that she's gonna try the water. But then we get to the actual spaghetti and meatballs of the production here, where it turns from just a simple, vomit out all the talking points for the hydrogen water baloney into a Darman great value storyline here that is so wacky.
Try that new water Lena's been going on about. H2Juensen hydrogen water bottle. Ice pack. Sleep.
Miss Conchi! Is she asleep?
Oh god, it's gruesome. It's terrible. If only she had the H2U Inshin hydrogen-rich water flowing through her body, she wouldn't have fallen asleep behind the wheel and hit her student with the car, causing such a catastrophic injury. Oh my god. I can't believe the H2U Inshin that the student was drinking didn't produce like a force field around her to block the car. It's very, maybe it's not as powerful as I was led to believe by Samir Bhavnani here. I thought by drinking the H2U Inshin, it would make me invincible, like immortal, turn me into a fucking X-Men superhero or something, but clearly not if you're getting taken out by such a slow-moving vehicle. Also, it seemed like Lena wanted to die. She sat there in front of the car, waving to Ms. Conchi, knowing full well she's asleep, and then still did nothing to move.
Maybe she's on to something.
Glad to see you drinking that. A lot of us here use it. Keeps inflammation down, improves oxygen flow. I swear by it after double shifts.
I don't know what's in this stuff, but I feel lighter, clearer. My joints are finally not screaming for once.
This is such a banger. So she's covered in blood. Probably the blood from Lena. She hit her and insta-gibbed her like it's Team Fortress 2. Just fucking blood and guts and gore flew through the windshield and got all over Miss Conchi here. But now she's going to the hospital to pay her victim a visit, and the doctor's just glazing the H2U Inshin like, oh my god, ma'am, I am so happy to see you drinking that. Yeah, you just had a vehicular manslaughter case brought against you when you hit this poor woman here. But I see you're drinking that. The charges have been dropped. And also, she's making a full recovery because she knows you're drinking the hydrogen-infused water.
Gossip says it boosts mitochondrial activity, whatever that means.
That's what you want to hear in your product pitch from a supposed doctor, whatever that means, huh? Very knowledgeable, eh, Doc? Excellent. Like, I don't know how anyone could watch this and actually be convinced to buy the product. It makes it look like a full-blown red alert scam. This is just your basic text-to-speech AI voiceover from TikTok now for this guy. And all it is constantly regurgitating the talking points for this hydrogen water dog shit.
Coach, you aren't yourself, but I'm glad you're okay.
I wasn't. But I'm getting there.
H2, Juensen, hydrogen water bottle.
You can do it, Lena.
Oh, Coach. Coach, is that you? Oh, no, don't worry about it. You weren't yourself. You weren't drinking H2U Inshin water. I couldn't expect you to not hit me with your car. Oh my god. Coach, is that... It is... H2U Inshin. You got it. Oh my god. Coach, you're glowing. You're radiant. I actually feel blessed that you hit me with your car now if it led you to the H2U Inshin water bottle.
Yeah, this water does magic. My spine is feeling amazing.
Attention, Nina, today to the stage.
She's back on the beam, chasing her dream. Got hit by a car, yeah, it shattered the scene. But clutched in her hand was the H2E Inshin. Juensen bottled her power with it. She sipped, she healed, now she's flying again.
Throughout the rehabilitative process here, the little montage they show, the coach makes it all about herself, like, man, this water's doing amazing stuff for me. As Lena is also healing and like getting back to like 200%. She's like in overdrive mode thanks to the H2U Inshin. It hasn't just healed her, it's given her extraordinary abilities. But I love how the coach, like after hitting her with the car, is like all about her. Like, man, I'm so happy I hit you with my fucking vehicle. Because this H2U Inshin is making me nuts. Like, I'm going crazy. I've actually de-aged 40 years. And then we get, of course, to the AI montage here. So you can clearly see this is where all the AI comes in. They even have AI Suno here with the song, hit by a car, yeah, it shattered the scene. That kind of shit. Like a Saturday morning cartoon intro. And I have to wonder, is this even legal? Something tells me deep in my fucking sack that this is a highly illegal practice of marketing where you are now using AI to demonstrate the capabilities of your product. That's fraudulent. That is misleading advertisement. That has to be illegal, right? You can't just say like, hey, this is my product and this is what it can do, and then use AI to show it doing those things or giving those kind of benefits. You can't mislead consumers like that. especially with how fucking dumb people have become. Someone might see all these backflips and be like, oh my god, I want to do that. I'm gonna go get this fucking H2U Winshin. They'll take a swig from it and realize it's nothing. It's literally nothing. You're still just drinking normal water with no benefit. It's not like it's, Space Jam where you get the special stuff in there, the secret stuff. But the AI in this whole production here is trying to lead you to believe it's something that it's just not. I have to imagine that that is highly frowned upon, if not outright illegal.
She's the one that got hit, right?
Yeah. Heard her coach had her drinking that new recovery water. H2 something.
Whatever it is, it's working.
Honestly, this drink didn't just help me heal. It gave me my coaching fire back, clever mind, way more stamina, and the best sleep ever.
No side effects?
No side effects. It's certified clean, hydrogen rich. Just water leveled up. It's like my body finally started working for me again.
I'll take a case. Whatever she's drinking, I want it.
Samir Bhavnani, you've outdone yourself with this one. This is incredible work. Extraordinary. What a moving tale. I couldn't stop myself from tearing up. And I gotta start infusing those tears with some hydrogen. Really wumbo-fy those tears, if you know what I'm saying. What a piece of shit. What an interesting landscape we're entering now. So now we're going to have full-blown AI Darman clones that are going to be infesting the site. Very, very peculiar. But yeah, I just had to talk about this a little bit because it's so fucking weird and wacky. And just pretty pathetic, actually. That's really about it. So yeah, I'm not a big ride on planes kind of guy, but I have become a big watch people freak out on planes kind of guy. Bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. And in some cases, it's called plane psychosis. I only just recently learned that term. That's new nomenclature to me, but I'm going to pretend to be the preeminent authority on it for a moment. Apparently, sometimes the act of just being aboard a flight can trigger acute psychotic breaks in people, which is why you've seen some of those videos pop up where a passenger just randomly goes ballistic or even tries to do something unhinged, like that one guy who tried opening the door mid-flight, like trying to force his way out like it was a Mission Impossible movie or something. That has a name, and it's plane psychosis, but the video I want to show you today is the angriest passenger I've ever seen that I also don't believe is suffering from plane psychosis. He's just an asshole.
He just fucking dance! He just dance! Who you keep fucking staring at, you little fucking knobhead? Who you saying shush to? Do you want me to fucking smack your fucking head? You fucking little knobhead!
You just watched a grown-ass man do a double foot stomp. Twice, with the two-piece true combo of throwing his arms to his side. That is a move used by toddlers during a temper tantrum when you tell them they can't have any more chocolate chip cookies and it's bedtime. So they freak out and go, no, it's not fair! He actually just hit that shit in front of God and everyone that wanted to get aboard this plane, with no shame. He then has the gall to get mad at one of the other passengers who just happens to be watching this. Like, what are they supposed to do? Turn around and just look at the wall like it's Blair Witch? Of course they're going to be watching this man-child freak out. Like, there's nowhere else for them to be looking, yet he's getting mad at someone for staring. This isn't like your quintessential tough guy. This guy is built like your bald PE teacher from middle school, and acting like an actual middle schooler as well. And now he's trying to get all up in the face of just some other person that wants to get aboard this flight that is being prevented because of this guy's meltdown. It's crazy. He gets up in his face, he starts like pushing on him and shit. He calls him a knob end, I think. Either that or a knobbit. Maybe was the word he was going for, like a knob plus hobbit. I don't really know. It's hard to really understand him through all of his fucking frothing at the mouth here.
That's right, you just stay here for a few minutes, sir. A few minutes? You look forward on it, I fucking paid for it. Okay. Stop paid for that, forward is good. And you're standing there fucking staring at me like you're going to do something. What the fuck are you going to do? Excuse me, dude. Yeah, what's he going to do it there? Mate, stay calm. What's he going to do it me? You fucking bastard. You fucking knobhead's going to hit me, is he? The fucking little faggot, mate.
I don't know the lore. I have no idea why he's making such a commotion, this huge fuss and blowing a gasket. He seemed like he was trying to tell one of the employees like he paid for it, so he wants to get on the plane right away. But I think the reason they're preventing him is probably because of this behavior here. I'm assuming leading up to the plane itself, he was probably doing something disruptive. So they're trying to, like, calm him down, give him some warm milk, to suckle or something. And it wasn't working, so he only continues to get more and more angry, and then he escalates it getting in the face of one of the other employees and then like hits him with his phone, which then aggroed another employee and prompted them to swing. So he throws out like a open-handed monk strike, like a palm strike to this guy. I can't really call it a slap because he came in over the top. Kind of looks like how Conquest swatted Oliver out of the sky in Invincible. Our rowdy tough guy then makes it clear he doesn't really want to tussle due to his lack of muscle here, so he's not really looking to try and like retaliate. He breathed a huge sigh of relief when they separated them and told the other guy who just hit him to leave. And then he's, chirps on the way out. He tries to like throw insults at him on the way out, but he looked like a real bitch here. So it's just chaos. He's causing a huge hoopla. He's blowing a gasket, and it only continues to spiral more and more out of control.
He's going to hit me. Is that what he's going to do? Hit me? For paying all that money to get on a flight, he's going to hit me. Is that what you're going to do to me? For getting on a flight, you're going to fucking hit me?
No, we're not.
Is that what you're going to do?
No one's hitting you. No one's hitting you.
Well, you just fucking have! He just fucking has!
I'm not hitting you, sir.
He just has!
So now we followed the breadcrumbs to what led him to that explosion of the double foot stomp, iconic cinema moment. And I'm still really confused because he keeps saying, is that what you're going to do? You're going to hit me to get me on the flight? So it makes me wonder if he doesn't want to get on the flight and he's making a big stink about it. But if that was the case, he could just not get on the flight. He could just leave. I don't know, maybe he's like super intoxicated. Maybe he's on some drugs. That's very possible.
You can stop fucking staring at me as well, you little fucking knobhead. Keep fucking staring at me like that, you fucking little prick, mate. Who you keep fucking staring at, you little fucking knobhead? Who you saying trust to? Do you want me to fucking smack your fucking head? You fucking little knobhead.
Don't need to fight people.
Who's he fucking staring at, you little fucking prick? Think I'm some fucking muppet, you fucking little prick.
Pretty certain I heard him call the other guy a muppet. That's a classic line. This guy is legitimately the stereotype a lot of people make fun of. I can't believe that he just exists out here in the wild like this. Completely unashamed, unapologetic, just freaking out on everyone. And the question begs to be asked, where the fuck is the police? Like, where is security here? He goes on this rampage for what feels like a long time, and they've got no answers to him. The dog is off the leash. Now he's picking a fight with just other people in line. Probably gonna go take a lollipop out of a child's hand, throw it on the floor, and then slap him in the face. Like, this guy's just, he's a loose cannon, and there's no one here to put the kibosh on it, so he continues to just keep going and going. And I looked up to try and find if there's any information, like articles about this, and I haven't found anything yet. So I'm not exactly sure the whole scoop here or the aftermath, but I know he thought he was in the right. He thought he had like a perfectly reasonable and justifiable reaction to, I guess, maybe not being allowed on the plane right away. Or it doesn't even seem like he wasn't allowed on the plane. It sounds like maybe he just didn't like that he had to wait to get on the plane, because everyone else is also still waiting. So I'm imagining maybe there was just like a bit of a holdup, so he just was told like, hey, pump the brakes on that, hold your horses, we'll get you on this flight in a moment. He's just like, what you say, you fucking knob? Like, immediately off rip. That's what it seems like to me. Though I could be wrong. Maybe someone came up behind him and got him with the 10,000 years of death, and it really set him off. That's unlikely, but who knows? I guess I don't know the entire context behind this blow up.
Come on, then. Come on, I'll fucking smack your fucking head in, you little dickhead. Come on, then. Come on, then.
Nobody wants to fight.
Yeah, you little fucking knobhead, mate. Get your fucking head on.
Nobody wants to fight.
Get your fucking head on, you little fucking knobhead. Shut the fuck up.
We now meet our Marvel superhero in the Pulp Fiction t-shirt. He comes forward with the finger of authority, and he's had enough of this horse hockey. He says, calm down. He tells him, stop it. Gets him with like a Jedi mind trick. You don't want to sell death sticks. You want to go home and rethink your life. But he's too mentally sound. His fortitude is too strong. It doesn't work, so then he just yells even louder, and then the video stops. And I haven't been able to find part 2. I don't think there is a part 2. I think it's because the lady that was filming kind of got like bumped and shoved when the guy went in there to like, I don't know, bump chests with whoever he thought was staring at him, gave him a look he wasn't too pleased with. So it seems like she stopped filming there, probably because she was worried it was about to escalate into like a really big fight, so she wanted to make sure she was like out of the splash zone. At least that's my guess. I haven't seen a follow-up to this. I haven't found any articles about it. I can only imagine that authorities finally showed up and got him out of there. I would think, I have to imagine police exist in this airport here, and this would be something that wouldn't be tolerated. I don't think he got onto the flight. I can't imagine they're like, okay, sir, you've made a very convincing argument. We're sorry for the headache we've caused. Hop aboard. Get in here. Let's have a good fucking flight. Let's have a good time. How about a free drink? First class. We're upping your ticket here. Like, I can't see that being the case. So, I guess in my own little fan fiction headcanon, he gets taken away in cuffs, thrown in the slammer for being an insufferable douchebag and fighting a bunch of people, or at least trying to fight people. He did assault 2 people, though, like, on camera, clearly. Anyway, just want to talk about this very angry passenger. He was not having a fun time, nor was anyone around him. That's about it. See ya. Hello, I just wanted to give you all an actual update on the P. Diddy trial in the midst of this flood of nonsense that's spreading around about it. Those AI videos making garbage claims like, a new key witness was called to the stand. It's David Copperfield, who dropped a bombshell about his secret MySpace page that told all. This nonsense is just going insano style, so I wanted to tap in here real quick and give you a brief, real update on something very important that just happened in the trial in regards to Kid Cudi's testimony. Now, so far, there have been quite a few very powerful testimonies that are strengthening the case against him, I would say, and Kid Cudi's is the most recent, and also the one that's had a lot of buzz and a lot of incorrect information about. Now, for those that aren't familiar with the lore here, the reason Kid Cudi would be called here is because he and Cassie had a relationship. And according to Cassie, in her civil suits, when P. Diddy found out about it, he was enraged and took action against Kid Cudi. Also, there are tons and tons of claims that have multiple supporting witnesses about the physical abuse that he inflicted upon Cassie. But in regards to Kid Cudi on the stand, it was focused on what P. Diddy allegedly did to him in retaliation, finding out that he had a relationship with Cassie. So Kid Cudi went up there and started to corroborate pretty much everything. So one thing that he recalls is that he had received a phone call from Sean Combs' former assistant, Capricorn Clark. Now, Sean Combs, that's the real name of P. Diddy, aka Puff Daddy, aka Puffy Flavor Camp Headmaster, aka Bubba Baby Oil Big Boy. And this phone call that he received from Capricorn Clark was letting him know P. Diddy was inside of his house, and then Kid Cudi started driving home, called P. Diddy, and said that he sounded calm and responded that he was waiting for him to arrive so they could speak. Kid Cudi also said that Clark sounded very scared, sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Kid Cudi said ultimately no one was inside, but his dog was locked in a bathroom, whereas he normally lets his dog roam around the house freely, and some of the gifts he received from Chanel had also been opened. That's why you're seeing headlines like this pop up, by the way, about P. Diddy breaking into his home and unwrapping his fucking Christmas presents. It's referring to those Chanel gifts. Anyway, apparently after unboxing those gifts, the Grinch was no longer there, but Kid Cudi told the court that he had planned on confronting and fighting P. Diddy for this, but eventually decided against it because he didn't know like how serious it would be, didn't know who P. Diddy was with, so he ultimately called the police and made a report instead. He then also made a mention that his dog's behavior, he claims, changed and became more jittery and on edge all the time. I found this little tidbit kind of interesting, where that statement about the dog is something that was actually kind of contentious here for the defense attorneys, saying that they didn't want Kid Cudi to testify about his dog being traumatized by the experience because he did not want dog lovers on the jury to be swayed. So the judge said Kid Cudi could only talk about the immediate impact on his dog, not any long-term consequences. Now, the big thing, the major thing that a lot of people remember is the claim that P. Diddy blew up Kid Cudi's car. So on that, Kid Cudi does say that he believes P. Diddy was behind the Molotov cocktail attack on his car in January 2012. He said he got a call from his dog sitter that his car was on fire, and by the time he had returned home, law enforcement officers were already on the scene, and he saw a Molotov cocktail and major damage to the vehicle, and then provided a lot of photos of the damage. He also mentioned that after the car incident, the two met at a hotel in 2012 and said that Sean Combs was standing there staring out the window with his hands behind his back like a Marvel supervillain. And then they discussed the relationship he had with Cassie. We discussed pretty much the whole story about how me and Cassie first started to date, to what it was, to how it ended. He said that P. Diddy apologized for all the bullshit and it helped Kid Cudi find some peace with it. And then he also mentions that he remembered Cassie talking about relationship problems all the way back into 2010, and that when they started dating in 2011, Cassie told him that there had been physical abuse in their relationship, but didn't mention sexual abuse at the time. Another quick thing to mention is that Kid Cudi agreed with the defense that he felt he had been played by Cassie in regards to love, like their relationship there. And another thing is, he mentioned that he knew P. Diddy was violent, is what he said. So overall, it was a really big testimony, and a lot of what came from this corroborated the claims from Cassie about a lot of these things. This is obviously a really huge testimony here, but it's far from the only one. A lot of the testimonies that we've been hearing have been very big, at least in my opinion. Even ones like this, which are here just to demonstrate a pattern of P. Diddy's conduct, I think are huge. So, hotel executive Frederick Zamora took this stand in order to talk about the internal notes that hotel staff kept regarding his behavior. So his customer profile had several notes to staff, including one that warned he always spills candle wax on everything and uses excessive amounts of oil. Everyone already knows this fucking freak is the Primarch of dildos and baby oil. I'm sure you've all seen the headlines. This hotel executive comes in here once again to solidify in court this pattern of conduct, like this behavior from him and how common and widespreading it is. Like, there have been a ton of big testimonies, but the reason I want to focus on Kid Cudi's is because his has become very controversial. Online, there was a big debate about him snitching and people calling him a rat. Young Thug had even made a tweet saying, like, damn, he's a rat, which I thought was fake. I thought that was a fake tweet. It was deleted shortly after he made it, but I was really shocked to see the response to Kid Cudi's testimony here. First of all, he was subpoenaed. Second of all, he's a fucking civilian. It's not like he's out there abiding by street code or anything. He is doing exactly what he should here, testifying against a monster. This is P. fucking Diddy. He has been called the Epstein of the music industry. The evidence against this guy and all of his crimes dates back decades of overwhelming evidence and degeneracy to some of the most abhorrent crimes you could think of for a guy like this. Like testifying against P. Diddy is something people should applaud. I'm very surprised so many people had an issue with Kid Cudi coming out here and spilling the beans on Puff Daddy. It's just crazy to me. But I guess I shouldn't be that surprised, because right now there is actually a very big Free Diddy movement. I shit you not. It is as pathetic as it sounds. There's a lot of people that, some of them have been paid. It has been proven that P. Diddy's associates have paid people to try and shill to, like, support his innocence, but there are some people that are so brain rotted and poisoned mentally that they'll get mad at the people that are bringing this evidence forward. Evidence which, by the way, you yourself can look at. There is video footage that P. Diddy himself has also acknowledged. There is so much documented evidence for his crimes for years that you can easily get access to if you want. And it's just crazy to me that anyone's having a big hoopla and making a big stink about people coming forward, corroborating that and talking about it here. Like, I think that's extremely important. I don't know why anyone would be trying to, like, vilify people that are doing their best to hold an absolute fucking villain, like an evil piece of shit like P. Diddy, finally hold them accountable to face justice. Now, of course, he is still going through the justice system. He is still going through the legal process, so he hasn't been found guilty or anything yet. But for people to come forward and just say things like, Free Diddy, he's done absolutely nothing wrong, Kid Cudi's a piece of shit for snitching, like, that is so unhinged. That lunacy is diabolical, really. So anyway, I wanted to give you, like, a little update to the P. Diddy trial and where it's at. There has been so much going on with it, but the Kid Cudi one, I think, is probably the biggest so far. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Over the last year, I feel as though there's few channels that have exploded to the same degree as Outdoor Boys. It's a channel that's been around for a long time, but only recently have so many people found and fell in love with its content. Wholesome, adventurous fun. And now today we have to say goodbye for good. I guess, okay, phrasing there is maybe a little misleading. It's not like we're saying goodbye because they've shed the mortal coil. Like, it's not a funeral service, no one's dead. It's Outdoor Boys has announced that he is going to be stepping away from content creation.
Hey everyone, this is going to be my last video for a little while.
No sugarcoating it, no foreplay, just immediately popping a squat and hitting you with the cold water. Now, I know I've talked about YouTuber retirements quite a bit over the last year and some change because it's been happening quite a bit. And it is always sad, but I do think that there's always something bittersweet about it. Demo Ranch is also another channel that recently announced his retirement. I talked about that quite a bit on stream. It's just one of those things where even though you love the content and you're going to be sad that it's over, you can't help but be happy for the person who's making this decision. Because what it means is that this person did what they loved for a long period of time, and now it's put them in a position where they're able to step back and focus on other personal aspects of their life, some very special things, the most important being family.
You know, I've been making YouTube videos for 11 years now. First with the Catfish and Carp YouTube channel, then with the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel. And believe it or not, I've made 1,110 videos. It's been a wild ride. The amount of time and energy that I've dedicated to making YouTube videos is hard to communicate.
Briefly reflecting on the amount of time and energy he's put into the platform and all that he's created, he talks about the wild ride and the unforgettable memories that he's formed with his family as a result of this journey that he's been on and shared with all of us. And I know a common lukewarm take you see every time a YouTuber announces they're stepping away is like, "Oh, it's such an easy job, I can't believe it. My heart really breaks, world's smallest violin." Because a lot of people love to belittle the work that YouTubers do or what goes into it. But I feel like in this case, it is undeniable the amount of passion and the amount of time and energy that he has spent making incredible content. Like what I do, you can easily shoot some spitballs at and make fun of. Just sitting here in my swamp, blabbering and getting goofy every now and then for a little while as like the bread and butter content. Meanwhile, this fucking trooper, this gladiator is out there in God's country camping with pneumonia, building a 5-star log cabin resort out of nothing but a box of scraps like Tony Stark, all for the sake of going on fun adventures with his family and entertaining his audience.
So many late nights editing and packing and unpacking, camping with pneumonia, building log cabins while injured. But it's been a tremendous adventure, and it's allowed me to provide for my family while making wonderful memories with my wife and kids. But even good things can be taken too far, and I think I'm starting to reach that point.
This is actually something kind of similar to what Demo Ranch said when he recently announced his retirement. There does come a point where the thing that you love, you want to stop doing it as much because now it's starting to take away from other things you love. And in this case, with Outdoor Boys and in Demo Ranch's case, it's family. Like, you don't get time back. You will never get time back. And what they do is laborious. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of time that is now being taken away from what you could be spending with your family. So I think it's an extremely admirable decision to go out on top and say, you know what, I've reached a point where I'm financially comfortable, can provide for my family thanks to the support from the community here for all this work I've put in. Now I want to dial it back and be able to live in the moment with my family and grow with them.
But I'm not just talking about the time and energy I spend making YouTube videos. I'm also talking about the attention it brings. In just the last 18 months, this YouTube channel has gained about 12 million subscribers. The sheer volume of fans trying to contact me, trying to take pictures with me, or just trying to come up and talk to me in public could be a bit overwhelming at times. And my wife and I, we both have real concerns about what this will do to our family if I keep growing my YouTube channel at this pace. And the time to stop is before this problem gets so out of hand that my family and I can't live normal lives.
Now, as I mentioned, this is a channel that's fucking smoked a neutron star cigarette when it comes to popularity. It has absolutely gone ballistic. It's gained so many subs and so many views. He also mentions tons of other views outside of the platform from people that have just stolen his content as well. So his content, his family, like, they've been viewed billions upon billions of times, and they have a concern for what that might look like in their lives going forward on like a day-to-day basis. They want to be able to live normal lives. That makes so much sense. And in order to ensure they can do that, he wants to step away from this. So that way, it's no longer just constantly putting them in the public perception, putting them in the public's eye. He wants them to just be able to be a family, a standard, normal family. I think that shit deserves the strongest round of applause. It takes so much chutzpah to come out and say and realize that because it's become so successful what he's doing, there is a chance it could have a negative effect on his family, and he is doing what he can to make sure it doesn't. I've always said that I believe there's a lot of negatives that come from having your kids and your family in front of strangers so frequently. I feel like there's a lot of unhealthy things that are associated with that and that can arise from that. So for him to come forward and say, you know what, we do have concerns about this, so for the interest of my family, I'm going to, call it here and, ride off into the sunset. I think that takes a lot of strength. And I think it makes a lot of sense.
Now, there's more than one reason for making this decision, and I still enjoy making videos and I still enjoy going on ventures, but it's time to start focusing on other things. And that's what I'm going to be doing. For one thing, I've got 3 little boys who all want to be YouTubers, including my oldest son, Tom, who's got his own channel, the Outdoor Tom YouTube channel. But I want to spend more time helping him with his channel and preparing him to be an adult, which is going to be in less than 6 years. But I've spent so much time focusing on me and my family and growing my business. It's time to step back and focus on helping other people for a change. And I'm excited to see where that takes me.
Again, I think that's great. Now, instead of focusing on his channel, his business, he's going to try and help others. He's going to focus on helping his kids fulfill their dreams. He just seems like a great dad. This guy just seems like such a good guy. He makes the coziest content, absolutely blows up on YouTube. People love him, his family, the content they make. And he's like, you know what, guys? Really appreciate that, but we want to ensure that we get to live normal lives, so we're going to stop doing that so much on this channel. Instead, I'm going to focus on helping my family, helping my kids do what they want to do. That's so sweet. That is super sweet. He also does mention that he has some other half-finished videos in the pipeline and he might film some other adventures, but if he does decide to do that, he will post them all at the end of the year, and that this video will still be his last video for a long while, an indefinite period of time. And the reason I wanted to talk about it is because we're seeing a lot of these over the last year and some change. It's becoming pretty common for YouTubers that have been around the platform for a long time to finally just make the decision to stop doing it as much, or stop doing it altogether in some cases like this. And I think, of course, this will continue to happen as more and more YouTubers reach a point in their life where they have enough money that they don't need to grind as much as they were, even if it's something they love doing, and they'll eventually make the decision to step back from it to focus on other personal aspects of their life. In most cases, I would imagine it'll be family, because that is the most important thing. So I just think it's very sweet, and while it is sad to see the Outdoor Boys channel come to a conclusion, I'm still happy that he is happy, and that this decision he makes is one that he's excited for. And he does finish the video with a positive message to everyone that I think is just very sweet.
Now, I know there's some of you out there who've gotten more than just entertainment from my videos. If you feel my videos have helped you in some way, then go out and find someone you can help. I'll see you guys later.
So yeah, wishing the best of luck to the Outdoor Boys whole family here and whatever they choose to do going forward. Just wanted to talk about it a bit, because this is a channel that, like a lot of other people, I only recently started following and really enjoying the content of, and now it's already at its end. So yeah, I just want to talk about it a bit. That's it. So yeah. Since the time we're little, we're kind of taught that surprises can be some of the most exciting things, like with Christmas and Santa bringing those wonderful presents that you don't know what to expect. Happy surprises are always very special, surprise parties, etc. But what happens when a creepy weirdo delivers the worst surprise imaginable? Himself. Background is this guy and this girl went on a date 6 months ago, one date, and then stopped talking, and now he's trying to reconnect. He reaches out saying, "Honey, put your shoes on." Literally sounds like dialogue out of an old 90s sitcom. She asks why. He says, "Just trust me and tell me when they're on." She is hesitant to do so, saying that she's all suspicious now. "I want you to do something for me." Words that'll win a woman's heart over, especially one you met 6 months ago and haven't talked to since. She was probably spending the entirety of these last 6 months wondering if there's anything she could do for this guy, and now she has the opportunity. Are they on? Maybe. Put them on, babe. She says, okay, they're on. Obviously, she's just lying here. I don't think she was actually getting her shoes on and her Sunday best to go do whatever this guy was asking her to do for him. He then says, now go for a little walk out front and look up at the sky. It's like a fucking video game walkthrough right now, like an old GameFAQs walkthrough. She then says, I can't, my neighbor will talk to me back. So I guess her neighbor will start an unskippable cutscene, so now she's saying back as in like the backyard as a compromise here, which I am shocked she's even like negotiating with terrorists here. He then says, has to be front, you can't see at the back angle. Which makes it seem like it's going to be one of those like banners that fly overhead with a plane that says, will you marry me or something. So she's supposed to go out front and look at the sky and see that shit. How do you know where my house is facing? I dropped you off, remember? It's worth it, I promise. Man's just got great memory. He put that fucking UAV in the air and he's got her on lock all the time now. Do you remember where I live? I'm looking through the front window. Yeah, of course, all I had was kombucha that night. I think it's pretty obvious he's here right now. The call came from inside the house. So this guy is clearly in the area here trying to get her to leave her domicile so she'd wander out into the tall grass and have the random encounter with this fucking creep. Now, I think this is a guy who's probably watched one too many rom-coms where you see the classic cliche of they go on one date and then many moons down the line the guy just shows up again, they fall madly in love and rekindle or whatever. In reality, that's not ever going to happen, really. They went on a date 6 months ago, and now this guy's trying to like go big here, hit the fucking grand salami by showing up or putting on this big song and dance, like being at her home. But it's already weird in the first place that he'd even remember exactly where she was and try and do something like this, showing up unannounced. They're strangers. Like, this should never be anyone's go-to play. He stays firm that she can't see the big surprise from inside. She's still surprised that he'd even remember her house. He asks again, are you outside? You'll know when you see it. She says, I can see the sunset. Please go outside, it's better than just the sunset. She says she can see the sunset through the blinds where the neighbors can't strike up a conversation, but then declines to go outside. His surprise being better than a sunset, that's gonna be a pretty high bar to clear. People love the sunset. There's a lot of hype around it. It's like one of the most cited things that people enjoy seeing on a daily basis. So to deliver a surprise to compete with that, you got your work cut out for you, buddy. You really do. She sent a picture of the sunset through the blinds saying, stunning. He said, you have to trust me. And she says, I won't. Very smart. She has absolutely no reason to trust this worm. They met one time 6 months ago, and to just follow along with these instructions here seems like a recipe for disaster. It's just downright dangerous. Like she'd go outside and just get gadooshed by this weirdo, like he'd put a bag over her head or something. He says, it's worth it. It's beautiful like you. I wish we could view it together, but go outside. She says, no. Very firmly. You have to look towards the shopping center direction. And she said, is there a proposal in the sky? Which is exactly where my head went when I was first reading this, like I mentioned. It feels like one of those like big elaborate proposals. You go to like a baseball game and you're like, look at the outfield. What's going on in the outfield? And it says like, will you marry me? But in this case, it would have been like the flyover with the banner or whatever. This feels like a scene in a horror movie where the bad thing needs to be like invited in or something, like a vampire. So now he's doing his best to persuade the victim. And she is doing a great job of just shutting that shit down. She is not trusting him, which she absolutely shouldn't. This is just a complete fucking stranger who is telling her to go outside randomly, walk around, and then look up at the sky. This NPC only has a few dialogue options, and he's exhausting all of them. He just keeps saying, it's something, trust me. She says, are you stalking me? Which the answer is a resounding yes, he absolutely is. It's good, I promise. Are you trying to kidnap me? That's a good idea, actually, but not today. A little bit of Reddit humor there. Tip of the fedora, milady. A good one, sir. Excellent gambit, gentle sir. Saying that it's a good idea to kidnap her. He's clearly making some kind of, like, joke here, but it falls really flat considering he has actually showed up at this woman's house that he does not know at all and is scaring the shit out of her, trying to instruct her to go outside. Like, come on. How stupid can you be? Sure is starting to feel like I'm going to be pushed inside a van. Babe, hurry. 3 hearts. Tell me what you're talking about, lol. If you don't, it's coming to you. Uh-oh, the ultimatum. You either go outside and play ball with his delusions, or the thing is coming your way. He's going to unleash the hounds. She responds pretty normally to that, saying, that's legit scary. Which it is. It's downright a threat. And he's like, no, what? Sweetie, it's all good, kissy. Okay, I'll tell you, don't be mad. I drove up to see you. The surprise is me! I'm here! Oh, if you don't come out and see me, I'm gonna come up and see you. Yes! What a fucking maniac. She's clearly not very excited about this surprise, saying, I hope you're joking. I'm at the shopping center. Come over and see me. Oh my god. What a fucking lunatic. I'm always so dumbfounded by people like this, because I really can't understand what they thought the outcome of all this would be. Like, no sane person would think that they'd respond well to something like this. It's been 6 months. You weren't talking. She's not going to be excited to see you. What fantasy played out in his head? Where he'd say, like, come outside, look at the sky. She's a little afraid, but then you tell her that it's you there, and then all of a sudden she can't wait to come see you. She throws her shoes on, takes her top off, and runs at you with titties bouncing, and then jumps right into your arms. Like, what could you possibly think would happen with this? It's just creepy. There is no world where anybody would respond positively to this. So she says again, you're joking. I'm serious. I wanted to see you and give you a hug. So she says, why not ask me? Because you always say no, but I think you need a hug. He clearly knows best. He is the woman whisperer. He knows what she needs more than she knows. And he knows she needs a hug from him. I mean, who wouldn't need a hug from this guy? I bet it's such a warm embrace, so cuddly. And he's so sweet about it, too. He carved some time out of his busy afternoon spent plucking feathers off of live animals before boiling them alive, so that way he could come here unannounced and surprise her with a little bit of his presence after leading her outside, telling her to look at the sky, so he could sneak up on her and give her a big old hug. Oh my goodness. And they say romance is dead. Isn't that crazy? With someone like this out here keeping it alive, chivalry is certainly thriving. If you thought I'd say no, why trick me into coming out? Exactly. Checkmate. I wanted to surprise you. Ooh, he wiggled his way out of there with some smooth talking. A great surprise. Very good stuff. You knew I wouldn't like it, though. Please don't come over here. You would once you see me. Come over, please. No, I don't think she would. I really don't think anybody would, to be honest with you. I think you need to go back to the padded cell. Please stop. I'm kind of scared. I'm coming to knock on the door then and say hi. So now he's really going hog wild here. It's going full-blown criminal. I'm telling you no. Go away. Do not come here. I'm so serious. Leave or I'll call the police. This is where the adventure comes to a close. He says, please say hi, sweetie, with a heart. She says, never contact me again. I'm calling the cops. Apparently what happened is he started banging on the door and shouting her name until her dad went outside and scared him off. So the psychopath not only tried to lure her outside with these little breadcrumbs of look at the sky, it's crazy out here, there's aliens above us, you gotta go outside and see this right now. He went from that to literally charging her front door, banging on it, shouting her name. So clearly this guy is unhinged. Hopefully he was reported to authorities. I know they don't usually take stalking super seriously, but at least having it logged in there will hopefully help. This girl handled it really well. She wasn't playing ball with any of this guy's tactics here, so hopefully that'll be the last she ever hears from him. That shit is horrifying. But yeah, anyway, that's really about it. Yep. Now do bottom 50 games. I feel like I'd have an easier time with the top 20 worst games I've ever played. Number 1's super easy, but I don't think they're going to have half of these. Well, they got it. Super Fight's the worst game I've ever played. It's not even close. It's a $200 game. It's just a scam. It's a single level, which happens to just be a Unity asset. You play as 2 characters, which are exactly the same, just assets. They have 2 moves. It's an actual 45-second game. The worst game ever made is objectively Super Fight. Second place, big rigs over the road racing. This game was not a AAA game, but an actual studio released it as opposed to one lobotomite with Super Fight. And this game also just doesn't work at all. Are we counting games anyone can upload to Steam? No. Super Fight's the only one I'm making an exception for. They also just re-released Big Rigs Over the Road Racing. But this is actually probably the worst, like, real released game. Oh wait, this is the Steam one. Look at that, 14 years ago. Good shit. This is where the "Your Winner" meme comes from. It's actually just nothing. It's empty. And you can gather infinite speed if you go backwards. If you reverse it, you can break the fucking speed of light. There's also no physics or anything, you're just magnetized to the ground, and there's nothing to stop you from just going out of the map and over the hills. Over the road racing, as the name advertises. I think this is handily the second worst game ever made. Third place. This is where it's going to get a little complicated. This isn't a recency bias thing. I think it has to be Concord. A monumental failure, the likes of which the entertainment industry has never seen before. A colossal flop that died in 2 weeks, lasted less than a mosquito's lifespan, and has become the actual gold standard go-to insult for any flop since. So I think it's got to be Concord in the top 5 worst games ever made. No doubt in my mind. Number 4. Ooh, this is tough. I was going to say Gollum, but I don't think Gollum. I think there's a couple better options. I think I'm gonna have to give it to E.T. This one is a classic. The game's so bad that they buried copies out in a desert. Almost solely responsible for the video game crash. Nearly ruined gaming entirely from being so turbo shitty. E.T. 100%. This was Concord of the late 80s. I think it was the late 80s, right? I'm almost positive. Let me double check. Oh, early 80s. Classic bad game. It is. It's a miracle gaming survived past it. Also made a video on this puppy a long time ago as well. I'm literally like a fucking archaeologist for dog shit gaming. I played pretty much all of them, even the ones no one's ever heard of, like Super Fight. I remember you have Gene Rain at like a 2% on voice meter. Yeah, that's definitely gonna go in the top 20, but not top 5. And probably at the number 5 slot would have to be Superman 64, I think. Another classic bad game. This one, I think, was most people's first foray into poop. Like, this came out on the N64. Everyone loves Superman. Kids are big Superman fans. Here comes a Superman game. Everyone's excited. Turns out, it's unplayable. It is just horrible. I think this is probably a lot of people's first time being actually disappointed by something. Like, since the day you gained sentience, this was probably your first experience of just being, like, actually let down. It's, yeah, most people's first awful game. What I will put this high, though, is actually Gollum. I think there are worse games than Gollum, but Gollum is a pretty special one. I think Gollum was also ahead of its time. Now we get shitty games that flop catastrophically every couple of months. When Gollum came out and embarrassed itself, that was pretty special. Everyone was shooting spitballs at it. It is mind-numbingly boring. It is actually a chore and torturous to play through. And it was so bad that the studio shut down before they ever even got the chance to try and fix it or expand upon it. And it was a studio that, prior to Gollum, actually made pretty well-received games. But this one was such a blemish on its record, they terminated the studio. Ride to Hell Retribution. Yeah, I think you're onto something with that. Ride to Hell Retribution, I think, was YouTube community's first experience with, like, a trendy shitter. This was a game that a ton of YouTubers made content on solely because of how bad and silly it was and how cringe it was. It is a horrible game, and I think it was kind of the start of people, like, playing bad games for the sake of them being bad as, like, the entertaining factor for it. Like, outside of Angry Video Game Nerd. The Day Before count? The Day Before absolutely counts. Redfall and Duke Nukem Forever. Ooh. Duke Nukem Forever before Redfall. Duke Nukem Forever probably doesn't need any introduction. This game was in development hell for the longest time. It finally comes out. Everybody hates it. It is a far cry from what made Duke Nukem fun. It's also a game that has almost nothing but static turret shooting sections. There's like 1,000 of those bitches in there for no reason. It lost everything that people wanted for Duke Nukem. Skull Island, Rise of Kong. So that's interesting, because Rise of Kong was going to be my choice for a Game Mill game in here. You can really take your pick of the litter. Game Mill has nothing but shitty games to offer. It's just, for me, when I think of Game Mill, like that Game Mill seal of quality, the prestige, the game that pops in my head is Rise of Kong. But you can pretty much put anything from Game Mill there, and it'd be fine. Anthem is such a good call, yeah. I hate Anthem. I still remember playing the beta, not being able to get into the beta, making fun of it for that, getting into the beta, being bored by it, criticizing it, saying this game's not very good, I'm not expecting much for this to come out, getting absolutely annihilated by the Anthem defenders on Reddit, only for the game to come out and be exactly how it was in the beta. And yet we still haven't moved on from this. Like the frontal lobe has still not developed enough over this period of time where people still think when a beta releases 2 months before the full game that somehow all of the problems in the beta are somehow going to be fixed in the full release. Motherfucker, 2 months is not nearly enough time to make a bad game like Anthem good. It never stood a chance. Babylon's Fall. Babylon's Fall should definitely be in the top 20. I agree. I'm one of the few people that ever even played this game, Dankin and myself, and Scoots. Scoots hopped in with us as well, I believe. This came from one of my favorite developers, Platinum Games. It's a live service game, or at least it was supposed to be. It only lived for like a month, and what was its peak player count? Let me pull it up. Its all-time peak player count was 1,188, but within like the first week it was down to like 20 players. 3 of them being me, Dankin, and Scoots. It was just a really bad game. Across the board. There was nothing good about it. The Culling 2. Culling 2 100% has to be here. This is a game that actually just didn't work. This game flopped in such like a big way that you couldn't even play it because there weren't enough players to fill the lobby, thus the game wouldn't start. I love the story of the Culling 2. That one's also pretty special. It's a shame, too, because the first Culling game was actually really good. It was pretty ahead of its time with the whole Hunger Games Battle Royale style. And then Culling 2 rolls around. It's unplayable. Nobody wanted to play it. You couldn't get a game going. Day Before used a bunch of fake trailers and fake gameplay to become the #1 wishlisted game on Steam. Game eventually comes out after a lot of hoopla for a long time, and it is absolutely nothing like it was advertised to be. Not even the same genre, looks completely different, barely functions as a game. It's fraudulent, borderline criminal, and the rest is history. Probably Skull and Bones. I don't think Skull and Bones is the worst. Like, it's not a top 20 worst game ever made. I think the only reason I would put Skull and Bones here, and I'm not confident I'm going to do it or not yet. Right now it's just lingering. But the only reason I might do it is because of Ubisoft calling it the first quadruple A game when it is actually probably the worst ship combat game on the market. But there are significantly worse games than Skull and Bones. I don't know if that'd be a top 20 worst game. I think we have to go for the like actual landmark dog shit games like Sonic 06. Easily the worst Sonic game. Barely works. It's just a downgrade of everything Sonic up until that point. Bad game. Hunt Down the Freeman. Oh my god, I forgot all about that. I totally forgot about this. Another borderline scam game. Holy shit. This was the game where, like, they had YouTubers voice act for it. And the game is just terrible. Did I stream this game, didn't I?
Mitch, look. Mitch, please. Mitchell, look, I can explain.
You lied to me.
No, that wasn't the deal. He told me. Mitch, please.
You betrayed me. You used me.
No. This is good stuff.
Up my face. And now,
Mitch, please. I can explain.
you have my permission to die.
Man, it has been so long since I played that game. Not only has it been so long since I played that game, it's been so long since I've even thought about that game's name. That has to go on top 20 worst games. Holy shit, I forgot about that. Jujutsu Kaisen Curse Clash. I think that might be a little too recency biased. Because I think Jump Force is a worse game than Curse Clash. So if we're gonna go for like the worst anime fighter, it would be Jump Force, not Jujutsu Kaisen Curse Clash. Flat Out 3 or Fast and Furious Crossroads. Flat Out 3, lowest rated game on Steam for the longest time. Still might be. But playing the game, it's just like an averagely shit game, not like a special shit game. Don't know if I'd put the in top 20. Fast and Furious Crossroads, however, that I would. That game is fucking horrible. Suicide Squad, like, there's worse games. That game was just really boring. But it lost Warner Bros. $200 million. So it's kind of like Concord, but not as bad of a game as Concord. Don't know if I'd put it in top 20. Yeah, I think Gene Rain. I think Gene Rain definitely needs to be here. This was just basically a bootleg Gears of War game. I also think I'm probably one of the only people on the planet that ever even played it. Kind of similar to Super Fight in that respect. That shit was terrifyingly bad. I wasted so much time on that garbage. By that I mean I wasted like 6 hours on that garbage. Action 52. Oh, another OG classic bad game. Holy fuck. Bubsy 3D. I was thinking about Bubsy. Bubsy's another one of those iconic stinky games, but the only reason I might not put Bubsy there is I watched an incredible video essay on a guy who literally lives in Bubsy 3D. I say literally, and yet I'm just exaggerating. There is someone who has put like fucking 6,000 hours into Bubsy 3D. What is his name? Oh yeah, there it is. Ulilia. Someone named Ulilia has thousands of hours in Bubsy 3D. It actually made me appreciate Bubsy 3D. What about Artifact? Oh, yep, absolutely. We gotta put Artifact in there. Yep. Artifact, open to collective boos. This thing was dead in the womb. When Valve announced this, everyone booed it. The game came out to crickets. The only legacy Artifact has is that after the game was closed down, the Twitch category for Artifact got used for just playing movies and pirated content for watch parties. Nobody ever liked this game. Nobody even remembers the game, they just remember the Twitch category. Artifact, absolutely in the top 20. Only goes to show, didn't even think of it until the very end here. That should be much higher, though. See, Payday 3, I think, can comfortably go in here. But the thing is, I didn't play it. I had no interest in playing it because everyone hated it. But it went from Payday 2, everyone loving it, Payday 2 being a video game darling. The industry constantly parading around Payday 2 as like the golden boy. Then Payday 3 finally comes out. Lot of hype. Everyone hates it. It's just a shell of its former self. But I didn't play it. Yes! Balan Wonderworld. Yes! Comes from an iconic video game legend. Straight from his ass, he delivered this stinker. The worst platformer in the modern age. Absolutely, Balan Wonderworld's gotta be here. We got one more spot, and it needs... It's gotta be another, like... really meaningful shitter, I think. Because I feel like we're definitely missing something. Connect Adventures. We cannot have this list without Connect on there. Can we all agree the Connect in its entirety would be the top, like, the number 20 worst thing ever made for gaming? That is actually such a good call on that. I think we have to have Connect as, like, a whole product here. What a fucking disaster. Umbrella Corp's gotta be there. You're gonna hate me for this. Which one is Umbrella Corp's?
Beloved horror brand. Its mechanics contradict each other.
I don't remember
it's
this.
absurd, controls are clumsy, and it does almost nothing with Resident Evil's lore. Umbrella Corp simply feels lost.
I will say, though, watching that made me have to shit. That put a whole poop in my butt. I'll be right back. Give me one sec. You forgot Daikatana. It's the first game that really overmarketed itself. Oh! I did forget Daikatana. Yeah, that was the first game that had a huge marketing push and everybody hated. You're right, I did forget to put Daikatana here. Hey Chase, this is the top 20 worst games list. My top 20 worst games list, so the only accurate one.